Good morning, everyone.
Good morning. Good morning.
Good morning.
Good
Good morning, Dr. Sarala. Good morning, Kamila. Good morning, Dr. Patama.
Hi, good morning.
Good morning. How are you doing today?
I'm okay. So far, so good. How are you?
I'm good. Thank you for asking. And so how is the weather in your country?
Right now it's a bit hot and we
Okay.
got like, some showers
Okay.
during like in the evening.
Okay. So what time is it in Thailand?
It's 1:30 in the
1:30
afternoon.
in the afternoon. Okay. Okay.
Yeah.
It's a great pleasure for us to have you with us today. And thank you
Yeah, thank
for
you very
joining the
much and
meeting.
thank you once again. Thank you.
Good morning, Camila. Can you hear me? Good morning, Edwin.
Hello, good morning.
Hello, good morning. Good morning.
How are you doing today?
Good, very good, very good. Thank you.
Good. So, what is the weather in your country like right now?
That was very hot right now.
Very
I
hot.
think
Okay.
it's very hot.
Okay. Very hot.
38
Okay.
degrees Celsius.
Okay. Good morning, Camila.
Good morning. Hello.
Hello. Thank you for joining us today. And how are you?
I'm fine. And in Poland, it's 8:32 right now.
Oh, in the morning?
Yeah, in the morning.
In the morning. Okay. Okay. It's a bit early, maybe.
No, it's okay.
It's okay for you. Okay.
In London, it's early, I think.
Okay. Dr. Sarala, can you hear me? Della? Good morning, Della. Good morning, Dr. Satinder Bhatia. Can you hear me?
Yes, good morning. Good morning.
Good morning.
Uh,
So, could you turn on your webcam?
yes, I will.
Okay.
Uh,
Yeah.
Yes.
Thank you for joining us today.
Yeah, thank you. Actually, I mean, are we starting right now or we have finished the first session?
No. We are starting right now.
Okay, that's
Yeah.
great.
Okay. So, how are you doing today?
Yeah, I'm doing, I think I was a bit confused about the timing. So I
Okay.
was trying since, last 1 hour to join. So I
Okay.
think then.
Okay.
So I'll just request you to just prepone my presentation a bit, if that is
Okay.
possible.
Okay. Definitely, we'll
I
try.
have to take a flight.
Okay.
Thank you.
Della, could you hear me? Usrat? Good
Della is
morning,
the
Usrat.
computer actually. Yeah.
Yes, Edwin?
Della is actually my backup computer.
Okay. Okay. Dr. Sarala, can you hear me? Or because your audio is not connected, could you turn on your webcam, please? Good morning, Tayyibe Etis. I hope I am saying your name right.
Good morning.
Good morning. Could you please tell me your name, because I am little bit confused about the pronunciation.
Tayyibe.
Tayyib. Okay.
Tayyibe Ateş.
Okay. Thank you so much. And could you turn on your webcam?
Yes, maybe.
Okay. So thank you for joining us today.
I couldn't understand.
Thank you for joining us today.
Thank you.
Okay. So how are you doing today?
Thanks. And you?
I'm good, thank you. And what is the weather in your country like?
I couldn't understand you.
What is the weather in your country like?
So sunny.
Sunny. Okay. Dr. Sarala, can you hear me now?
Good morning. Can you hear me?
Yes, yes, I can hear you.
All right. It's morning in London, right?
Okay, okay. So how is the weather in London right now?
No, I'm in Malaysia.
Okay, you are in Malaysia. Okay.
For us, it's afternoon.
Okay. I think your audio is not, proper because your voice is breaking.
Now?
Yeah. Now we can hear you. Yeah.
Much better?
Yes, much better.
All right. I will be the third presenter, right?
Okay. Okay, so we will start with the conference now. Okay, so good morning, everyone, and I welcome you all to Eurasia Research Online Live International Conference. Today we have received many participation and the event is just about to start. I would like to request all the participants to turn on their webcams. One or two participants will join us in the meantime. So let's move ahead. Today we have presentations and participants from 9 countries around the world, and we are broadcasting this conference on Facebook Live on multiple pages of Eurasia Research. So the links of the live sessions are shared in the chat box. You may refer it to your friends, colleagues, or family members. So we have today participation from Malaysia, India, Italy, Thailand, China, Turkey, Poland, Indonesia, and Netherlands. Moving ahead with the conference. So before beginning with the conference, I would like to explain Eurasia Research to all of you in a nutshell. Please allow me a moment. So with over more than 1 million satisfied members and associates spread across the globe, Eurasia Research is a scholarly association who have been working for nearly a decade now. Eurasia Research has organized several successful international conferences, workshops, and training programs at various reputed institutions and grand venues. Eurasia has been tirelessly working for research world and have not stopped their endeavors even during the COVID era, and have presented research community with online platform which was safe and convenient method to continue their passion. One of our objectives are that we are an international community of researchers, practitioners, students, and educationists who aim to bring together worldwide researchers and professionals, encourage intellectual development, and to create for networking and collaboration. These objectives are achieved through academic networking, meetings, conferences, workshops, projects, research publications, academic awards, and scholarships. Some of our highlights are that we provide scholarship to deserving candidates to promote students and research scholars to participate in the international conference. Young Researcher Scholarship is provided in the form of a full registration fee waiver. We have a vast experience of publishing papers for more than 7 years. Our associated journals publish original papers, review papers, conceptual framework, analytical and simulation models, case studies, empirical research, technical notes, and book reviews. We cater to more than 30 plus themes in the area of teaching and education and have registered ISSN and have following renowned indexing on Google Scholar, Crosscheck Authenticate, Crossref, the Keepers Registry, Script, Portico, Road, Directory of Open Access Scholarly Resources, OAI PMH, Registered Data Provider, PKP Index, and we will soon be applying for Scopus 2. We have a wide network of 100 plus internationally acclaimed keynotes across the globe who share their knowledge and guidance with our participants with open hands. We have a large number of committee members and advisors who support us and guide us through their expert opinions on decision-making capabilities. We could not have thought of reaching here without them. We also encourage our participants to connect with more than 15K plus followers on our social media platform where they can share their research and interests. Join our Facebook group and be a part of the discussion by researchers and academicians. We also have several collaborations with universities, colleges, and institutes to better serve all interested and like-minded intellectuals. With great enthusiasm and pride, we would like to announce our latest project, which is the Terra Fellow Program in Education. The program offers an opportunity to learn the key concepts and latest trends in the teaching industry from academic stalwarts. We would like to share some of our past participants' experience with you first. Thank you for your patience and valuable time. Moving forward with the conference. My name is Ms. Divya Devnani, and I'll be your today's conference host. So first of all, let's begin with our TERA president, Dr. Lance M. Chelly, higher education executive retired, adjunct professor, Boston College, Chestnut Hill, MA, USA.
I am Dr. Lynn Chelly, and I'm currently the Dean of Graduate and Professional Studies at LaSalle University, as you can see in my background. And I'm currently the president of TERA Eurasia, and I've been involved for multiple years with the organization as a participant, as a speaker, as a keynote speaker, and as the president. And I'm very proud of the organization because it brings people from all over the world globally together to talk about issues that affect higher education and other areas in education and other areas, nonprofits, etc. And we talk about issues and successes, and together we can make it better and make it always be improving. And I always say ever evolving. COVID was very difficult for all of us. And being in administration, I had to assist faculty in an immediate way to pivot from a face-to-face delivery of classroom time to electronic and Zoom and so forth. Many of these faculty members had no idea about the Zoom platform or any other learning delivery modules, the way that they could be delivered. So the administration really had to step in and pivot quickly. And I think overall, and talking to my colleagues across the globe, I feel like they did a wonderful job doing that. I have to say, I don't think it was the same for the students, which is sad. Preschool all the way up through PhD, I think it was difficult. I think it was less difficult for graduate students in master's and doctoral programs because many of those were already online, so there wasn't much of a pivot. But I'm going to say pre-K through the baccalaureate was very difficult, and teachers and administrators were amazing. And I do think our students that lived through that need extra attention, and the research is bearing that out right now. And that's our jobs to try to find ways to make sure that we fill those gaps. I'm going to be very honest. I'm a people person. I'm a relationship person. I thrive on making real eye contact and making real connections with people. I much prefer an on-the-ground conference, a face-to-face conference. I did the keynote for this organization in London last April. I'm doing it again in London. I'm making that commitment to make that trip because I so deeply believe in the relationships and the bonds that have formed, as well as just during the conference, getting to know people and seeing different perspectives rather than just seeing it on a screen. Encourage them to attend a Eurasia conference in general because I believe in the organization. I'm president of the organization right now. I would encourage them to attend. If they couldn't attend in person for financial or schedule or whatever reason, I would encourage them to attend, but I would encourage them to attend in person first, but always, and I continue to do that, encourage them to attend. Nothing but good things to say about the conference. Pre-COVID and last year, I did not attend an online conference, so I can't comment on that during COVID, but I can comment on pre-COVID and my experience last year in London. I truly find that the way it's organized in groups and the group work that goes on is different than just to sit and listen, which is what attracted me and why I said yes to becoming president. It's organized in a way where it encourages that collegiality and that sharing of ideas and that sharing not only of the research that you present, but in small groups to broaden that discussion. So the way the conference is organized is well done. Often I can't stay for the whole time because of my busy schedule, but I do stay for the one day that I keynote, and the participation is phenomenal. And other conferences that I've attended, as well as done keynotes, as well as done breakout sessions, they don't organize them that way. Yeah. I organize my breakout sessions and keynotes in other organizations that way because I feel from my learning styles research that I've done and published on, it's the best way people learn.
So this was the TERA president, Dr. Len Shelley. So our eminent speaker of the day is Dr. Abhirup Sarkar. He is one of our previous conference participant, Department of Cultural and Creative Studies, Northeastern Hill University, Shillong, India. So let's see what he has to say.
I'm Abhirup, and I have completed my bachelor's. My undergraduation was in computer engineering, but because I always wanted to be a storyteller, and because of a lot of other situations, I moved on. I could finally move on to study a master's in English literature from Christ University, Bangalore. And because when I was graduating, COVID happened. So I couldn't continue pursuing education afterwards. So I had to take up a job for 2 years. Now, after COVID, I am currently pursuing a second master's in folkloristics because I wanted to specialize in folklore and folklore research. So at present, I am a graduate student at the Department of Cultural and Creative Studies in Northeastern Hill University, Shillong. And I'm pursuing my second graduation, post-graduation in folkloristics. And I'm also a member of the International Society for Folk Narrative and Research. To be honest, you cannot replace a physical in-person conference with an online conference, of course, that's there. But given the changing times and, things that we are not in control of, I would say yes, online conferences are possible. They are a good alternative, definitely. So yeah, I think they are a good way to, uh, to organize conferences in case we do not have the resources, or like what happened during COVID, we do not have the ability to organize an in-person conference. Yeah, they are definitely a good alternative. Yeah, it increases your scope. So, let's say you have a conference which aligns with your work or your topic that you're doing, and that conference is happening somewhere across the oceans, and you do not have the means as of now to attend the conference in person. But definitely, if you participate in the conference as an online presenter and share your work, it will definitely increase your scope, your area, and also will help you find contacts, right? Contacts and make connections and grow in your field. So yeah, I would definitely encourage them to take part, share their work, no matter what happens, because it's important. Uh, to begin with, I liked the way it was organized. It was quite meticulous and well organized. I love the way the Eurasia conference were organized. Second thing was the response. I mean, Dr. Flora Charles has been brilliant in responding to my emails and sorting out my queries and helping whenever necessary, giving me information. And so in totality, I have had a brilliant experience, specifically regarding this conference, because of the well organized and structured way that the conference was held.
Thank you, Abhirup Sarkar, for your feedback. So our next eminent speaker of the day is Michelle Erasmus, Department of Mathematical and Physical Sciences, Central University of Technology, Bloemfontein, South Africa.
Is 4.5 hours drive away from Johannesburg, which is the nearest place where we can do visa applications. Okay. So if you need to travel, you must also know that you need to apply for a visa. It's going to take you a day's travel to Johannesburg and back for this. Then there is the wait for the visa to arrive. Now, we're a wonderful country, but time is not a finely defined thing. So most of the time, if your visa arrives on time, you're lucky. So it's very stressful. And of course, it's financial. You need to apply through the correct channels for funding to be able to go abroad, which there is, but also it takes a lot of time to get all the things in place. And also things arrive, they do. But at 99.9, you are so stressed by the time that it arrives that you go, you see, is it worth dying every time for this? And the third thing is that when you are gone, you need to arrange for a part-time person, staff member, to take your classes for you. So you need to arrange that he has the right material, and this person also needs to be paid, which must also be arranged through financial channels. So all in all, it's a lovely experience to travel. But if you have financial constraints, or not necessarily financial constraints, but if the pipeline to getting everything done is a little bit challenging, and you are somebody who likes things in place at the right time, it is a lot of stress to wait for these things and hope that they arrive on time. So and of course, before COVID, online wasn't an option. No, it wasn't even, we never spoke, or we didn't know it was available. But because of COVID, it was so beautifully defined that it is lovely attending. It's stress-free. What impressed me a lot about the Terra version is that you taught me how to do the PowerPoint video. I didn't know that can be done. And also it taught me how you upload things on YouTube. I didn't know how that could be done. These are all things I haven't needed. I'm not in the age class where I do disco videos and put them on YouTube and things like that. I don't know all that. So that was lovely, and it was wonderful to know that even if something goes wrong with the internet at that time, as it did, it was very shaky last Monday morning, that there is this video that you can fall back on. And that makes it a most delightful experience. I'm going to do it again and again. Yes. Definitely. In fact, this was, I'm head of the department where I am, the math department, and it was suggested that we follow this line. It just excludes all the challenges that come with leaving during a term where you still need your lectures, you still have your tests that must be written, your students are looking for you, and everything else. Of course, financially, more of us can now attend conferences because we have to work inside of a budget.
Yeah.
So yes, so it makes sense in many ways. Oh, I love the session that we had before when we first had the icebreaker.
Yeah.
When originally we logged on, we saw all the faces of people we don't know.
Yeah.
You wonder if they're going to listen to your presentation and take it apart. You know, always have that tiny little confidence problem. And after the icebreaker, I saw, no, these are lovely people. They're lovely people. They are here for the same reason I am. They probably have the same fears I've got.
Yeah.
And it was, the things were spoken of, I don't know. And it was nice, that little private interest session with what causes stress in your life. And I realized afterwards, that there's actually two types of stresses. I thought, you know, because that got me thinking, you know, afterwards, that there's the stress of things to come, which is a good stress. And then there's stress of things that you can do nothing about, that hindsight stress. And where the first one is good for you, the second one is a killer. So it got me, you need to know these things. You need to tell yourself these things. So yes, I did appreciate the session that we had before that was on that. Typically things scientists experience, yes.
Thank you so much, Dr. Michelle, for your wonderful feedback. So moving ahead with the conference now. Our conference schedule is divided into 3 sessions. First session will be keynote talk. Second session will be team activity and photo session. And third session will be technical talk. I would like to request all the participants to rename their Zoom account with their full name in English language. This will help us to record your presence. You may ask your questions related to the presentations in the chat section while the presentations are still going on. All the certificates, receipts, and proceedings will be sent to the participants within the week on their mail IDs. The proceedings will include all the full papers and abstracts accepted for the conference. Moving ahead with the publication process. The publication process starts once the registration process is complete. The author needs to send their papers, consent forms, and review details on the given email ID on the screen. The review reports will be sent to the author once the review process is over. The final stage of publication starts after receiving the revised papers from the authors. Please note that the publication process takes around 50 to 60 days after the conference dates if all the editorial guidelines are followed within the given deadlines. So starting with the session 1, that is keynote talk, our first keynote speaker of the day is Dr. Patama Satavidin, Associate Professor, Director, Master of Communication Arts Program, BU Academic Talk Project Leader, Lecturer, Department of Public Relations, School of Communication Arts, Bangkok University, Bangkok, Thailand. Her topic of presentation is EduPlayscape, Transforming Classrooms into Imagination-Driven Playgrounds. Patama Satavidin is currently an Associate Professor and Director of Master of Communication Arts in Digital Marketing Communications, School of Communication Arts, Bangkok University, Bangkok, Thailand. She received her doctoral and master's degree in media and communication from the University of Lancaster, United Kingdom. Likewise, she obtained her bachelor's degree in public relations, first class honors from the Faculty of Communication Arts, Chulalongkorn University, Bangkok, Thailand. She has teaching experiences for 20 years. Her research interests are health literacy, health communication, crisis communication and crisis management, marketing, public relations, and communication studies. Together with this, her inspiration and passion is to encourage her students to achieve their wishes. Thank you so much, Dr. Patama, for joining with us today.
Thank you very much.
My name is Associate Professor Dr. Patama Satapedin. I'm currently the Director of Master of Communication Arts in Digital Marketing Communications Program from School of Communication Arts, Bangkok University, Bangkok, Thailand. And thank you very much for the conference organizer for having me as the keynote speakers to talk about the current issues about the future classroom and also the future responsibilities of the teachers. As you know, a classroom must be a playground, and I have used like the ChatGPT to help me to create more creative topics relating to a classroom must be you know, a place for the students to play in order to encourage their imaginations and creativity. So I comes up from the ChatGPT with this very lovely topic, Edu Playscape, transforming classrooms into imaginations-driven playgrounds. So basically, play is a powerful learning tool that boosts engagement, explorations, and also community among the students, according to Falcons and the colleagues. So what I would like to focus for the learning techniques, one of the outstanding learning techniques that I familiar with and experienced, have got like a very good experiences with, and it shows like a powerful play basically, and also the powerful classroom in the future is called like the role plays and simulations. I believe that some of you are familiar with this, some of you may have not this kind of the knowledge about the role plays and simulations. But what I would like to simplify the ideas of the role plays and also the simulation is that I have borrowed a concept, a main concept of storytelling, which is like what if. So what happens, like you kind of, you know, address questions to the students that, okay, just imagine that act as like, you know, a strategic communications or public relations professionals. If you have faced these kinds of problems or challenge, what are you going to do? So it means that the students have to play a particular role. Like, for example, they are going to play like the public relations practitioners. They have to play like or act as like the CEOs or the spokespersons of a brand or the corporate, or you have to play as, you know, different types that you have been assigned or taken. So it means that the students have to imagine if they are in the real place, in the real life, in the real world, and they have faced a particular problems or a particular situation or incident, what they are going to do. So it drives like imaginations and also creativity well among the students. So according to the information technology, basically from the universities of Miami, officially role plays and simulations are forms of experiential learning. So it encouraged the students to experience the world, to explore the world by acting as a particular role. That allows students to explore concepts, practice skills, relate to others, see multiple perspectives, okay, from each other and learn from each other and engage in the various modes of the learning in the classroom. So it's really enjoyable. And what I have found from my experience with these 7 points, I mean, benefits by applying the role plays and also the simulations, because I have used quite, you know, a lot by applying the role plays and simulations into my classroom. Okay, first of all, avoid thinking ideally and exaggeratedly, but the students have to reflect basing on like evidence and the facts. Secondly, it helps enhance student skills and also performance, especially critical and analytical skills, problem solving skills, creativity skills, and communication skills, and especially like the digital literacy and so forth. And also, what I really love about low presence simulations is helps simplify a concept and theory that sometimes is really difficult to explain or difficult for the students to understand. And then it helps, the fourth one, encourage the flows of the thoughts and discussions and talk among, the students and also the instructors, or even among the students and the students themselves, by both of, formally and informally. The next one is to improve the students' performance due to the peer pressure, because sometimes they have to do the role playing simulations in a group, and they got the friends in order to take some roles, by responding. I mean, according to the friends' responses, sometimes it's pressures or pressurize you and the students in order to think further and further. Also, it gives students challenge and fun. They got a place to talk, instead of just listening to the lectures of the teachers, or just listening, just keep quiet, especially in the Thai cultures that the students are very shy or embarrassed with sharing some kinds of the opinions according to the high context cultures, that they have got the ideas or the mindset that okay, this the teachers or the instructors have got the higher power, higher experience and higher knowledge, the level of knowledge or understandings for particular issues, and enhancing students' experience as well. According to the University of Miami, they just say that okay, simulations and role plays are just a form or mode of experiential based learning. So these are the main seven benefits or the values of using the role plays and simulations that I have experienced from my teaching. I would like to propose the models and the simulations that I have developed myself, just very simple 4 stages of the role plays and simulations process. So the first one, the instructor as the facilitator just give a particular situations or incidents, and give them some kinds of the inputs in order for encouraging the students' imaginations, and put them in they are in the real practice or the real world, and the students sometimes they got the press the opportunities in order to choose the roles that they want to play, and they have to understand well about the roles that they have assigned and taken. Then the next stage is that the role plays have started, the simulation has started. So it means that the students have got the press in order to to throw or to share their experience and the ideas according to the situations that they have got. So it means that the flow of the dialogues and then fun, that have been distributed among the peers, and also among the students and also the instructors. But why having the discussions among the students and the roles that have taken, I as instructors and also facilitators will give more challenges and more tasks to the students in order to for them to improve their performance, in order to encourage them to think further and then further. For example, okay, I would give them a more challenge, or okay, there are more fires, okay, or more complaint and big complaint and heavy complaints, or the social media. So it means that the students have to base their thoughts and understand the statistics and the data from the social listening tools in order to overcome such troubles. And they may have got they have to think within and complete everything, manage everything within a particular time span, and also they have to think about the cultural sensitivities as well, and so forth. So that these are just only 4 stages that you can get engaged from the students in order to share their thoughts and their experiences through particular situations that they have got. So start from a situations, understanding the roles that they have played. And the third one is they enjoy giving and feeding the dialogues and also the fun. And then there will be challenge more and more. So it's fun and enjoyment is more coming, and engagement is coming. So more challenge and tasks are given. So I provide this chart as like, the examples of the role play and simulations that I have used, especially the class that I have thought is and really enjoyed about that is crisis management course for the undergraduate students, because this course is required, quite a high level of the experiences and understanding, and sometimes quite difficult if the students have, especially the students who have got like a shortage of the experiences. So following to the role play and simulations model I just proposed in the previous slides. So these are like the things that I've played with the students. So it starts by, if you can see from the circle, so it starts by like giving like the ideas or the situation or incidents of the crisis, for example, crisis A. And then these are like, it's called like the war room. Basically, in this picture is like the crisis management team who have faced with, a crisis, a big crisis and unexpected incidents. And it becomes like, it caused the brands in like the chaotic situation. So this is like the war room that gathering the main important persons who have to, to make a discussions in order to make some kinds of the decisions to overcome and handle the crisis. So basically the students have got like the situations, a crisis number A, and then they have to decide, okay, who's going to be like the CEO, who's going to be like the PR professionals, who's going to be like, the technicians and whatsoever that are, the rescue teams and things like that. Okay, so they have got like, a place that they have to go, and then they have to make the discussions, they have to share the experience, they have to show like the statistics that they have got and things like that, and also the manuals, contingency plan and whatsoever. And then you can see like the flows of the dialogues here, both formally and informally. And then I've put like the challenges in order for them to think further and then further in order to have like the crisis response and management strategy. So it's so fun, and even it takes time, but it's really fun and get really good engaged basically from the students. So it makes the classroom more lively and more lovely. Okay, so I think this is all for my talk, and these are like 2 references I have used for the direct code for my presentation. So thank you very much, and if we have any more questions, so just feel free to contact me and ask me the questions. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Patama, for your wonderful presentation.
Thank you very much.
If anyone has any questions related to Dr. Patama's presentation, they can ask her. Anyone? Okay, so if any of the participants have any questions later, they can post their questions in the chat box. Okay, so moving ahead with the presentation, with the conference. Our next keynote speaker of the day is Professor Madhya Dr. Sarala Devi, AP Mariamdaran, Associate Professor, Psychology and Counseling Program, School of Applied Psychology, Social Work and Policy, College of Arts and Sciences, University Utara, Malaysia. Her topic of presentation is Effective Critical Strategies for Preventing Recidivism Among Juveniles. Dr. Sarala Devi, AP Mariamdaran, is from the field of correctional science attached to the University Utara, Malaysia, UUM, as senior lecturer for the past 15 years. She was born in Port Dickson, Negri Sembilium, Malaysia, a middle-class family, and with hard work has reached this level. Being in this field has given her a great opportunity to meet the criminal offenders, especially the young generation, understand their psychology and listen to their problems, and thereafter work on correctional methods for them. She works closely with police and prison officers, and the focus is on young prison inmates. Collating her research work, 3 books have been published, 45 articles in proceedings, 35 chapters in books, 67 articles in peer-reviewed journals, and some Scopus and WOS Q3, Q4 publications. Apart from being a senior lecturer, she has expanded her career for community service by offering free counseling sessions, registration number 3421 and licensed counselor 02916, joint venture with police, prison, and financial industry specialists. She has been conducting workshops for youths on awareness of criminal activities, severity of the crime, and related penalty. This is also part of her contribution to producing a crime-free young generation who will be leading the country. Keeping up with the current trends, cybercrime has been her recent research area, and her grant has been applied from the Ministry of Education. This research explains a study of financial crime, money mules among Malaysian university students, and unveil the motivation factors and a systematic approach to address this crime. She welcomes those who are interested in knowing about correctional science or to participate in the workshops. Prior to that, she has registered as a life member with Lemanga Counselor Malaysia, Malaysia Counselor Association, International Teaching, Education and Learning Research Association, TERA, and International Social Science Humanities Research Association, SSHR. We welcome you, Professor Madhya, Dr. Sarala. Moving ahead with the presentation.
Greetings. Hello, everyone. I'm Associate Professor Dr. Sarala Devi Mahindran Chettiar from Northern University of Malaysia, from program of School of Applied Psychology, Social Work and Policy, College of Arts and Sciences. Today I'm going to present about my title of or my topic of presentation is effective critical strategies for preventing recidivism among juveniles in Malaysia. First of all, I would like to convey my thanks to SSHRA 2023 Social Science and Humanities Research Association International Conference for inviting me as your keynote speaker. Okay, well, talking about recidivism, let me give you some introduction on recidivism. Recidivism among juveniles refers to the crime being committed several times, while repetition indicates continuation of such criminal behavior after they have reached the age of 12 to 21. Recidivism can be used to describe both the original conviction and reconviction that result in another stint in the system, says Yulianko Sritar and Fazil in 2019, whereas in Malaysia, recidivism here means an inmate. I used to call prisoners as inmates. I've rebrand or give them a name as inmates, an inmate who repeat the same crime. If A sentenced once, and once after the rehabilitation, we send him off, and if we repeat again, then we call as recidivism in Malaysia. Well, in detail, recidivism can be used to describe both the original conviction and reconviction that result in another stint in the system. The number of juvenile offenders in Malaysia has gone up to 2.7% since 2018, according to the Department of Statistics. Right? On the first offense, 6.7% fever cases were recorded in 2018 compared to the previous year, 2017. While there were more repeated cases than in that many last year of people committing more than 6 crimes. Such a well-known fact was was first revealed in the many acts of bullying and delinquency that are reported to be undertaken by students during frequent transition from secondary school to adulthood in Malaysia. Well, the statistic that I'm presenting is up to 2019. We are still looking into the recent statistic, and we will only consider the published statistics. So we are still editing on the recent statistics. Therefore, the one that published is up to 2019. All right, in recidivism, risk factors of juvenile recidivism can divide into two factors. First is dynamic risk factor. Secondly is individual environmental risk factors. All right. According to criminologists, sociologists, geographers, and psychologists have long recognized that an individual living environment shapes behavior patterns, attitudes, and preference and interpretation of the behavior of others. Well, dynamic risk factors can be influenced by intervention, whereas static risk factors cannot. The second one, individual and environmental risk factors. Individual and environmental risk factors are subsets of static and dynamic risk factors, respectively, to UNESCO, Blackfoot, Faisal, and Malta. Effective critical strategies for preventing recidivism among juveniles. Right? There is a general consensus among authorities that childhood rehabilitation should take into consideration of education, societal reintegration, and correction of criminal thinking. Also, these two provisions, namely on approved school and community services, help kids stay away from crime. The approach to be adopted here is primarily treatment, but there is an option for the more aggressive treatment called community and institutionalism. Juveniles should be given an opportunity to put their misdeeds right through rehabilitation. As most juvenile crime occurs in relation to inadequacies in the social structures. This is related to the community in general, as well as the family environment and the values of the neighborhood. The Malaysia Department of Correction has established and rehabilitation for youth for both young convicts, along with the Putra module, which focuses on attitude building along with acquiring knowledge and skills. Reintegration into the community allows normalization of the juveniles. The Putra module is an integrated approach which incorporates both physical and psychological emotional therapy. A module used in Malaysia is called the Character Development Program, which is the Basic Leadership Program, Skill Program, the Advanced Leadership Program, and the Skills Enhancement Program in the next phases. A life skill approaches to rehabilitation incorporates prayer, citizenship, and mental education. Altogether are 4 phases. Well, let us look into in detail. First phase, discipline building program. Producing inmates who are disciplined and follow all regulation, who are active and who live a healthy lifestyle. The program is in effect of 3 months. This phase is slowly dedicated to preparing offenders to serve their sentences effectively through 4 processes. First is recording offenders, personal data and reason for committing crime. Second, obtaining offenders for good behavior. Third, for categorizing offenders according to sentence. And fourth is basic personal hygiene, marching, civic education or moral classes, basic regulation, counseling sessions, and cleaning work are all part of this phase. Second phase, right? We have 4 phases, as I told you earlier. The second phase, now let us look into the second phase. Character reinforcement program is the second phase, to aim to create prisoners who have a strong sense of who they are. Self-identity and attitude enhancing program are implemented between 6 and 12 months. coupled with the strengthening of communal relationship, halakha, Islamic values, and academic Malaysian certificates. All right. Here, a lot of moral programs and modules imposed towards inmates in order as part of rehabilitation. Whereas third phase, skills program, a major goal of the program is to develop inmates who are able to compete and who may already have certificate. One of the central activities of the program is career preparation and preparation of individual for gainful employment, including providing job training and support. Fourth phase is to help prisoners or inmates make it through their time in prison so that they can better adjust to the negative social and economic effects when they are released, as thus help society cope with their participation in society. Alright, okay, when talking about parenting, monitoring practices and family involvement, it's very important family attention and love towards inmates. Family involvement and family therapy are strongly recommended as a form of treatment for re-offenders. Reached this conclusion based on two pieces of evidences that show family members of offenders were themselves victims of the crime, and on those grounds made the family intervention theory relevant to juvenile rehabilitation. The researchers discovered that juveniles preferred mediation for both the process and the results. They felt that family members showed honesty and were doing their best to be compassionate, but most of all they valued the ability to take time out of their busy lives. Overall, it appears to be beneficial to both the offenders and their families that family-centered program applies. Strengthening the rights of children in criminal proceeding. The rights of children in the Malaysia criminal justice system need to be reinforced and bolstered to ensure their best possible performances in life. Mustafa suggests implementation of the Convention of the Right of the Child standards in regards to existing legislation and existing justice system. Loopholes on the scope of specific legal impressions and complicity. He called for some changes to the system of Malaysian juvenile justice, in particular on the protection of children's rights while they are involved in criminal proceedings. First, age of criminal responsibility. This part will aim at section 80 of the Penal Code, which provides for the application of the Dolly in doctrine to apply to all agencies by at least 12 years of age, to abolish section 82, which provides the basis for such an application, and to specify an implicit set of rules, procedures, program, and institution to be used on children below the minimum age of criminal responsibility. Amendments regarding the criminal procedures must be made through the introduction of specific regulations. Regulations state that arrest should be permitted only as a measure of last resort, and when they are in the child's best interest, to deny children their right to use of freedom cuffs, while at the same time imposing additional restrictions on their freedom of access to justice, to maintain police power to use discretion by providing notice to children about the reason for arrest after it, and allowing access to children prior to arrest. Part 3 focuses on the improvement of the standard practices and facilities with regard to children in legal conflict organized laws to put in place, especially on the development of standards and operating procedures to handle them. Third, to permit further investigation to modify the previous remand legislation proposed under the Child Act 2016, including the provisions stipulation to reduce the maximum period of remand to 7 days, with additional provisions such as to specify that such detention should be avoided to best advantage and to alternative measures in dealing with children should be obtained instead. Fourth is to amend the integration process approved by Parliament in May 2016. The Child Act introduces provisions such as the right of children to speak to the investigators with regards to rights to proper legal representation, such as speaking for themselves with legal advice, and the right of parents, guardians, and legal counsels to require the assistance of children in that as part of an investigation. Fifth, changing bail settings means specific provisions allowing any person other than the parent or guardian to post bail. It is suggested that current legislation should be amended to allow a cash bail grant for all individuals, including parents and guardians, rather than requiring a fixed grant for only parents and guardians. So, to specifically state that children are entitled to a grant of bail in all cases. 6. Right to counsel, which consists of two parts. Part 1, amendment of the Child Act Amendment 2016 to introduce a requirement for representation in all phases of the criminal process for children. The government's legal aid and defender program should automatically apply to all minors who have not yet been represented in court. It should be defined as immediately to allow for the right to legal representation before the questioning. Part 2, specific requirements and standards for the portrayal of children as well as an aim to set specific standards for who intend to represent children are set for consideration. The new pre-trial detention regulation, which includes amendments to the 6th schedule of the Child Act. 6th Amendment rules and procedures regarding pre-trial children. 7th, pre-trial detention, which consists of 3 parts. Part 1, in keeping with the criteria of arbitrariness and legalness, these rules should apply to any instances of detention. Children who have special needs should have their own hearing to establish if they should be placed in a juvenile detention before a court decides whether it is appropriate. The earlier they can be dealt with, the better, as case disposals at the pre-trial detention stage reduce the likelihood of problems at trial. According to the author, the law should be revised to impose requirements as long as those which apply to kids in custody have not been decided to see their case through to trial. Part 2, to establish specialized facilities for kids who have not yet had their cases decided, and Part 3, to arrange for them in a therapeutic environment with professionally trained staff. 8, extend the duration of reputed-based detention so that it does not apply to children such on security offense. Act 2012 and the Dangerous Drug Act, Special Prevention Measures 1985 and the Preventions of Crime Act 2018 Amendment and Extension. Ninth, Evidence of Children Amendment to Section 133A of the Evidence Act 1950 on following matters to abolish the requirement of subjecting children to competency tests before they are entitled to give evidence, to abolish the requirement of collaboration on unsworn evidence of children, and to provide adequate facilities and professionally trained staff to facilitate children in the process of giving evidences. 10. Separate system of court for children by having an entirely separate courtship process for courting minors, to grant the court of children the highest jurisdictional in all cases and stipulate that they may sit on all levels of the court. The stipulations mandates that the court for children must comprise all judges. It is proposed that child judges be appointed only senior and experienced judges who have at least the rank of a sessions or practitioner judges, or judges without a minimum of 10 years experience should not be appointed to the court for children to design rules and to deal with these additional issues. The 11th commandment will be to revise the current diversion provisions. An amendment was made to the Child Act 2016, which granted the police, prosecutor, and the courts the authority to design and implement a diversion program for children. This will enable them to institute a formal special board with this responsibility to determine, design, and implement a special program for rehabilitation and compensation for child offenders, including programs such as counseling, reintegration with workers, and victim reconciliations. Lastly is to tracking the implementation of the CRC is to use a specialized body to do it. Finally, we are in the last discussion. Final perspective is it seems to me that juvenile delinquency in Malaysia is just requires a well-rounded approach. In addition to trying to being known a need of education, it is important to talk about universal values, not just about areas such as moral education, rather community healthcare, psychological aspect of this challenge exists throughout the entire continent. Any kind of social problem can only be handled if it affects the community as a number of people. In order to facilitate treatment, the involvement of all four groups, it is imperative that society, rehabilitation, institutions, and the government each set up. Families and other institutions each play their own role. All right, that's all for today. I would like to end my presentation here. Thank you for listening to me. Ladies and gentlemen, if you have any questions, you may place at the chat box and I will respond to you as soon as possible. Thank you. Thank you, Eurasia, again.
Thank you so much, Dr. Sarala, for your presentation.
Yes.
If any participants has any questions related to Dr. Sarala's presentation, they can ask her.
Yeah, Dr. Sarla, this is Dr. Bhatia here. I just wanted to know, I think you have emphasized a lot of family values to take care of the juveniles. Is this an Asian characteristic, or do you think it applies to the other developed nations also?
Dr. Sarla, your mic is muted, I think.
Doctor, can you hear me, Doctor?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay. Doctors Santirder. How am I?
Yeah, sorry, we are not able to hear you because you're muted.
Your mic. Actually, the voice is not clear. It's repeating.
You have to unmute yourself.
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
All right. Okay. How should I address you, Dr. Satiris?
Yeah, that name might be difficult for you, so you can just call me Dr. Bhatia.
Dr. Bhatia. Hi, Dr. Bhatia. I'm Sarala here. Anyway, yeah, basically, I don't know about Asian, but in Malaysia, we found that particularly dealing with a prison, I don't want to say prisoners because in my studies, I've renamed them as inmates. All right, in Oxford Dictionary, inmates can be used to a person that placed in any building for psychological treatment. Therefore, we can use for those who are hospitalized and also those who are in a prison in a prisons. So I use them the term inmates. Well, during my research, what I can see is beside this law, a love and an attention can change ones. We can give wonders to the inmates, but end of the day, when they go back after their treatment, I don't want to say punishment, but after their treatment, when they go back, if the family members doesn't want to accept and give the same love or attention, then where do they go? This is where the other negative vibrations come, or the peers who involve in unhealthy attitudes invites them and they join and they started mingle. Again, that's what happened in recidivism. That's what I say in the name of recidivism. A person who involved in the crime, when we send them back, they involve again in the same crime and they come back with the same act again to the prison. That's called recidivism. So for us, we also train and give them a lot of attention and ask the family members to give the attention and whatever it is, they are still our family members.
Right. Can I ask what is the age where you say a person is not a juvenile anymore?
Okay, in Malaysia, juvenile we have categorized under 18 years old. However, a crime that convicted into murder, we can place them into prison or juvenile. Right? So in prison, we had divided into two types of prison. Beside female and male, we also have adult prison and this juvenile. Juvenile is cool, but young inmates prison, which we have 4. So below 21, we will place them in the young inmates prison. And once they reach, let's say they were sentenced up to 10 years. If they found they reached 21, then we'll switch them to adult prison. Till that, the judge has the clause of a minimum maximum to place them in a juvenile school or young inmates prison area. Still, although it's prison, but we still conduct education. That's where the 4 phases there.
That is important for juveniles. Yes, yeah. That's the same in India, but I think we have reduced from 18 to 16 now because we have seen some crimes by juveniles which are heinous. But thank you for all your input.
Yeah, but we are still sticking in 21.
Okay.
All right.
Thank you.
Thank you, Doctor. Thank you for your interest, Doctor.
Thank you.
Okay, so any other participants have any questions with Dr. Sarla? They can ask. Okay, so if any question arises in your mind, you can put your questions in the chat box. Moving ahead with the conference. So I would like to thank Dr. Sarla for addressing us with your informative and enlightening speech. Next, this brings us to the end of session 1 of the conference. Now is session 2 of the conference, team activity and photo session. Let's proceed towards our team building activity. Sometimes we miss the opportunity of connection and linkage with fellow participants of the conference. This team activity is to encourage interaction among all the participants. One by one, we will share the views and solutions on the topic of discussion, and also we will be conducting a photo session during the same. So today our topic of discussion is the power of simplicity. We will begin with the group discussion activity shortly. Just a minute. I think there is some technical glitch.
It can take a very long time indeed to work up the courage to be simple, to read simple books, to wear simple clothes, to have simple days, and to say simple things. For a long time, all the glamour seems to lie with complexity. We're pulled towards rare and hard-to-follow ideas. We entertain our friends with elaborate meals. We pursue convoluted relationships. We have careers that enmesh us in cumbersome commitments. We fill our leisure hours with exotic hobbies. And then, at some point, we may sense and aspire to the real challenge of life, to dare to sound, to some, like an idiot, to fix on certain basic truths that we've always known, to edit down our calendars, to wear only what's comfortable, to put in front of others the same sort of basic foods we like when we're alone, to have relationships solely with those who know how to be direct, to leave our days more or less free, apart from one or two elementary pleasures like tending to a garden, having a bath or going for a walk, to limit our reading to books we can understand, and to communicate without inhibition all those heartfelt and essential things we know to those we are close to, that they are everything to us and that we'll miss them immensely when it's all over. We worry so much about sounding boring or silly if we were to show ourselves without elaboration or live according to our own less adorned inclinations. We spend the major part of our lives trying, unsuccessfully, to be somebody else. It can be the thought of death that eventually loosens us from our pretensions. We realize, under its bracing influence, that there is no point burdening ourselves with habits, ideas, vocabularies, people and duties that don't belong to us. There's no point wasting time we can ill afford on those who can't non-defensively say, "I love you," with clothes that we can't keep clean, with books we can't understand, and with crowded days heavy with panic and meaningless challenges. We finally lose our terror of coming across as a simpleton and a yokel. We'll be properly mature, properly sophisticated even. We'll probably have had to go through a host of complications by the time we learn to appreciate the art of being direct, easy to follow, emotionally straightforward, predictable, unhurried, and, in the eyes of the frantic and the impressionable many, exceptionally dull.
So this was our video presentation on the topic of discussion. I would like to ask all the participants of the conference to share their views and opinions on the group discussion activity. Dr. Sarla, would you like to share your views on the group discussion activity?
Yeah. Well, the activity is a bit very general, actually. When I look into it, it is not specific into any age category or any particular group of people or whatever it is. There were a lot of positive vibes and mood in it, which actually a researcher can use in many areas with some additional techniques and theory added into it. This is what normally I'll tell my student. Normally, when we read theory or technique, it's not necessary for us to adopt it 100%. We need to read and look into it and try how it's going to be suitable for our culture, our country, our subject of the group that we're going to apply. Yeah.
Okay. So thank you so much. Camila, would you like to share your views?
Yes. Okay. So, in fact, I thought about that we are all here in an educational sphere. And for me, I sometimes have some workshops, or like I also sometimes teach students. I have small lectures with my professors. So what I think is the most important is that if we have a complicated topic and we try to make it simple. I also come from a philosophical background, and actually for me, it was always important that if we have a complicated philosophical topic, like a theme that seems to have so many complicated words, we have to make it simple, step by step, for people to understand it, because they will be happy to understand it and to become better on, I don't know, tests, exams, also on conferences. Maybe they will have an interest in a certain topic because we made it simple for them. So that's what I think is the most important in what we do now.
Okay. Thank you so much, Camila, for sharing your views. Edwin, would you like to share your view or opinion? Your mic is muted.
Oh, sorry, I didn't realize that my mic was still off. So actually, this is a very interesting subject, because we're actually born in different cultures, and sometimes we complicate ourselves because of the we don't know where this habit came from. It's actually is in our culture. When we were born, and then from our lives, every person in different cultures, they start to complicate themselves with many kinds of exercises and artificial habit. That makes us, that can, just in order to be considered as a social individual, to be part of the so-called part of the society. But if you are looking into the core principle of life, actually you don't need a really complications in your life. Be successful, it doesn't mean that you need to have all those artificials and those all accessories in your life. the meaning of happiness does not rely on, complications that are artificially built just in order to get a perception from the society, from the community. I think the presentations of Simple Lives is very intriguing for me. It's a very compelling message.
Yes,
Thank you.
definitely. Thank you so much, Edwin, for sharing your views. Revtia, Nabila, Kusuma. Am I saying your name right?
So I agree with Mr. Abdullah's opinion. I think as a simple human being, we're like purposefully started things very simple. We started with like 3 basic commodities and then it expanded to 5 basic commodities, and now we have 7 basic commodities. And as a developing students, I think it's very hard to balance between the simplicity and the development of the world. I need to, read a lot of stuff, knows a lot of stuff, think about this, whether these simple things that we did in the past is a correct thing that we have to do in the future. Not only just about thinking, oh, this is what people used to do. This is how things always work. Not only doing that, but also thinking about what's the nice thing that we can have for the evaluation. So I think it's quite complicated matter. And yeah, I like the idea of the topic.
Okay. Thank you so much for sharing your view. Usrat, would you like to share your views?
Yes. Actually, I'm from business school. So actually the business nowadays is very complicated already. So I like the idea of simplicity. Globalizations, digitalizations make world more complicated. So when I teach students, sometimes is the different different scenario is very complicated enough. So it's very hard to understand for them. Sometimes to break things down to very simplicity things will help them a lot. Back to basic, back to very fundamental, stick to the principle. Sometimes it's even better for them to, adapt the principle to very complex situations in their real life. Yeah, so that's why I like the idea. Go back to basic, go back to simplicity. Our life will be much easier. Yeah.
Yes. Thank you so much for sharing your views. Dr. Satinder Bhatia, would you like to share your view? Your mic is muted.
Yeah, so I agree with everybody. Simplicity is definitely something that we are looking for. But just a comment on the video. I think the video also tried to say that what we are comfortable doing is what is simple for us.
Yeah.
We like to read a certain kind of books, and so we see simplicity in that. I'm not so very sure that this definition of simplicity, that it is equal to wherever we are comfortable. If we take that into account, then simplicity itself becomes very complex. Because different kind of people will be comfortable in different kind of things. And to be able to understand what is simple for a particular consumer, especially if I talk about international trade, the kinds of customers, there are so many expectations of customers, even within the same country, will be very, very multiple. And therefore, I think, to be able to understand what is simple for any particular consumer is a specialized kind of training for all of us who really want to understand the consumers. And that is not very simple, I think.
Yeah. Very true. Thank you so much for sharing your view. Kubra, would you like to share your views?
Okay, can you hear me?
What?
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay. So I am actually I want to look different angle because I'm a product manager. So it's simplicity is important for us actually, especially for products. In the business, simplicity is very useful because customers often prefer products that are straightforward and easy to use. So yeah, it's very useful in products and in the business actually.
Okay. Okay. Thank you so much for sharing your views. Tayyebe, ATS, would you like to share your view? Tayyebe? Yes.
I think I don't think my English pronunciation is sufficient enough to talk about this project.
But you can try. You can try.
Okay. I agree with the former thoughts. Participants, yes. Simplicity is important. It's too difficult for me, so I apologize.
Okay. So we will move ahead with the presentation for conference now. But before moving ahead with session 3, I would like to request all the participants to turn on their webcams so that we can have photo session activity. I would like to request all the participants to turn on their webcams. Dr. Sarala. Okay. So please turn on your webcams for the photo session activity. Thank you so much, everyone. So moving ahead with the conference now. This group discussion activity brings us to the end of session 2. Now we will begin with session 3 of the conference, that is the technical talk. So our first presenter of the day is Shine Quan, College of Education for the Future, Beijing Normal University, Zhuhai, China. Topic: latent profile analysis and structural equation modeling of students' perceived classroom goal structure in Chinese reading classrooms. You may read the abstract from the screen. All the participants are requested to read the abstract from the screen. Okay, moving ahead with the video presentation. Due to some unforeseen circumstances, Shine Quan is not present here with us. So we'll move ahead with the conference. So our next presenter of the day is N. Tayyebe Etis, Faculty of Education, Selçuk University, Konya, Turkey. Her topic of presentation is an evaluation of interactive toys in terms of child relativity principle and child communication. All the participants are requested to read the abstract from the screen.
Okay. Can you hear me?
Yes, yes, we can hear you, Tabibe.
Okay.
You have to present live.
Okay.
Okay.
Child relativity principle is the principle of child relativity necessitates considering the child's interests, expectations, needs, and language universe, and aligning the written and spoken language data with these aspects. Variations such as the child's developmental characteristics at different stages, age groups, specific qualities, social and societal factors, geographic features of the child's environment, and suitability to the child's level of and preferences are fundamental aspects of this principle. Games and toys have a supporting role in child's physical, motor, language, mental, social, and emotional development areas. So toys are one of the most basic needs of the child after nutrition. Game for child is it's a mirror of the child's mental development, reflecting his inner world. Games and toys are indispensable elements for a child's development. Toys are critical for social and intellectual development. In addition, okay, the visual, no, yes. Sorry. The use of toys is very important in early childhood when development is very rapid. For these reasons, it's important that interactive toys which aim to develop children's receptive and productive language skills have basic features in accordance with this principle. Children should be able to absorb linguistic and communicative information presented in toys, such as word combinations, idiomatic expressions, and speaking order. Therefore, toys should be appropriate for children's semantic universe and development in terms of word selection, expressions, and narrative. In literature, the principle of child relativity has primarily been investigated in relation to reading skills. However, during the preschool period, language development occurs primarily to listening skills. Messages intended to be conveyed to children, to toys, should resonate with the child's world. Toys with these qualities can enrich the child's vocabulary, enhance their expressive abilities, and develop their communication skills. This research aims to determine the compliance of interactive voice toys with the principle of child relativity and child communication. The research database is formed using purposive sampling, especially critical case sampling. The selected examination material is interactive talking potato head, which targets the preschool period. Content analysis is conducted to evaluate the linguistic data produced to this material in terms of child communication, including the characteristics of explicit and implicit messages, word selection, and relativity to the child. To support the relativity to the research, the opinions of 3 preschool teachers selected by easily accessible sampling method were taken, and it was planned to conduct semi-structured interviews with a total of 30 children aged 24 and 72 months selected to stratified sampling. However, regarding the intelligibility of the linguistic data in question, health communication was established with 10 of these 30 children. In order to ensure the validity and reliability of the study, observation and semi-structured interview methods were used, and triangulation was made in association with the literature. In qualitative research, obtaining data by more than one method and using these data to confirm and support the validity and consistency of the obtained results constitutes an example of the concept of triangulation. Yildirim and Şimşek emphasize the necessity of research using the diversification strategy and increasing the credibility of the research and its results. In qualitative research for validity, it's important to include direct quotes from the individuals interviewed and explain the results based on these. In this study, validity was increased by quoting verbatim from the teacher's opinions from which the data was obtained. Individual interviews with children who voluntarily participated in the study were conducted using a semi-structured, open-ended interview form. The interview form included open-ended questions to determine whether the utterances produced by the research material were understood by the children. Examples of the sentences from toys are there, and semi-structured questions. Some of the semi-structured questions are there. Findings. Participants were listened to 30 different words of potato head, and different questions were asked about it. In line with the answers given by the participants to these questions, the following findings were obtained. Of the 30 sentences addressed to the participants, 15 were never understood by any of the participants. These sentences are expressions that children can process cognitively in the abstract operational period, such as figurative meaning, like this conservation turned into a pie, butter up, idiom meanings like to touch one's sore spot, and metaphors like hard-boiled, and stereotyped expressions like soft-hearted, and etc. It's observed that children generally define the meanings of utterances with contextual inferences. For example, when asked about the meaning of the phrase, his head is swollen, the child replied, while I am playing the drum, my grandmother says, oh, my head is swollen. Another child expressed it as to say, oh, my head is swollen when someone talks too much, as they are used in the normal context. For expressions with a figurative meaning, such as you complete me, they interpreted them with a non-figurative meaning and responded as like completing a puzzle. As one of the statements that can be interpreted with the word knowledge, the answers from the children to potatoes statements, I have many relatives in Anatolia, are as follows. Relative means aunt, grandmother. I miss my grandmother. the most of the participants interpreted abstract expressions with their concrete meanings. For example, a participant understood the phrase butter up as buttering up an egg, or another participant understood the same phrase as buttering the bread. The most of the participants had difficulty in making sense of idioms and figurative meanings. For example, blow your mind, and I got involved in some dangerous jobs. I had to live underground. None of the participants knew the meaning of the word skin. Definitions of the word dangerous are as follows. Dangerous things hurt me. Dangerous means harmful. For example, things that hurt me. Falling off my bike was dangerous for me, like that. Particularly the participants in the younger age groups couldn't make sense of the abstract meaningful jokes. Even the participants in the older age group couldn't solve the sentences that could be resolved with word knowledge. For example, potato has many relatives in Anatolia. The majority of the participants couldn't make sense of the metaphors and idioms. Participants were listened to 30 different sentences said by Potato Head, and different questions were asked about it. In line with the answers given by the participants to these questions, the following results were obtained. Of the 30 sentences addressed to the participants, 15 were never understood by any of the participants. These sentences are expressions that children can process cognitively in the abstract operational period, such as figurative meaning, idioms, and stereotyped expressions. It supports the formal conclusions that idiomatic comprehension skills in children develop in direct proportion to the increase in age. It has been determined that families and children highly prefer toys that increase cognitive development. The implication of this study intends to offering guidance for both current researchers of this study and future researchers who will address this field in their upcoming studies in order to obtain broader and more generalized results. Older children can be studied more interactively, and data can be collected from a larger number of children. Play or toys defined as the right of the every children by the United Nations High Commissions for Human Rights is very important for child development. However, care should be taken to ensure that the toys offered to the child are attractive, encouraging creativity, development, appropriate, safe, affordable, and supportive of learning and growth in all areas of development. Toys play a significant role in the cognitive development of the child, as well as their language and communication skills. The development can be supported by the toy in the way that the child willingly enjoys it. Toys are the most natural learning environment for the child and are as necessary as nutrition and love for child's growth and both language and cognitive development healthy. For this reason, children's cognitive development level should be taken into the consideration, especially in toys aimed at developing language skills. Thank you for your.
Thank you so much, Tayyebe Etis, for a presentation. If anyone has any questions related to her presentation, they can ask her or put their questions in the chat box. Okay, so moving ahead with the conference. Our next presenter of the day is Kamila Grabowska Derlatka, Faculty of Philosophy, Jagiellonian University, Krakow, Poland. Her topic of presentation is Return to the Batcave. How did club dancing save the gods in Japan? You can read the abstract from the screen given. Moving ahead with the presentation.
Speech. My name is Kamila Grabowska-Derlatka, and I'm going to present my research in a speech called Return to the Batcave. How did club dancing save the goths in Japan? Few words about me. I am a Polish researcher from the SWPS University in Warsaw and the Jagiellonian University in Krakow. I am currently doing my PhD degree. I'm writing my PhD thesis in the cultural research, in the field of cultural research, especially focusing on contemporary Gothic culture in Japan. So this whole speech I present you will be a part of my bigger project, which is my grant research and PhD thesis about contemporary Gothic in Japan. Just a few words of introduction. Goth subculture in Japan underwent a strong crisis during the COVID-19 pandemic lockdown. And after the end of this lockdown, Goths still had the strong need, the strong urge to reunite in their own underground cultural world. This could have been done by Goth club dancing parties in small venues, the essential part of the Goth subculture all over the world, which was very important to the whole, especially since the legendary 1980s London Batcave and the club's golden years. So we can say it started in the 1980s in totally different geographical region, which was England at that time, Europe and England. But right now, Goth club dancing is important to the culture, the subculture all over the world. Let's say something about the methods I used. So the aim of this speech is to show how contemporary Goth subculture in Japan, after the pandemic lockdown crisis, is returning to the roots of Gothic club dancing. Indeed, it plays a significant role in reuniting the Goths in small venues with an exclusive atmosphere and marketing, featuring the semi-private style of the parties, which I will explain later. So the study was first the main focus of the study was to see how the culture works in the biggest cities of Japan, but it was first I can say that it was combined with the source research, the literature research, which took place in different countries and also in the internet. I searched for different sources like articles, scientific books, also popular culture magazines, and all of that, which was important. And also talked to people who have interest in Gothic culture and Goth subculture in the field of cultural research. So all of the important people like professors of my university and other universities, especially in England and America. But coming to the roots of my research, the main focus was a field. And the field research took place in the biggest cities of Japan, Tokyo, Yokohama, Osaka, and Nagoya. I have been to Japan twice, but the main research took place during my time there in 2023. It was over a 2-month field research based on participatory observation, deep end interviews with local Goths, and right now I am presenting to you the outcome of a part of it. So in general, it is based on constructive paradigm and participatory observation. So what is important about the Goth subculture? Goths are considered to be the undead subculture. The term has been taken as a repetition from one of the Bauhaus's songs, which states that the legendary actor Bela Lugosi is dead but somehow undead. And it is not only some aesthetic art slogan speaking about the Goth subculture. The term undead subculture is commonly used by scientists who explain this subculture for a certain reason. Goths are the oldest, still active subculture nowadays. Their roots come back to the end of the 18th century, when Gothic literature and dark romanticism started. However, the boost that made Goths popular and, let's say, made them a subculture, and made them popular worldwide was during the 1980s. The roots of the Gothic or let's say Goth subculture itself were the 18th and 19th century literature, dark romanticism, and Gothic literature. But the subculture had a certain boost in 1980s. The Goth subculture are said to be the boost of this subculture was in the 1980s at the actually dance parties. So it is not the root of Goth itself, but of the Goth culture. The dance parties in the London's Batcave Club. And Tricia Henry Young writes that many of the forerunning popular Goth music artists were a part of the Batcaves community, like Robert Smith or Suzy Sue. In general, we can say that Goth subculture as a subculture started in the Batcave, a dancing and music nightclub for a specific kind of people. As Tricia Henry Young writes, they had sensibilities more morbid, more on the beauty side of decay than punk could sustain. It is a reference to the fact that Goth subculture somehow stems from the punk subculture. However, it was much more dark and much more, let's say, morbid. It is all about monsters, all about decay, or about the dark side of human nature, the dark romanticism itself. So the Batcave was a certain point in starting the whole subculture, and the dance parties, the club dancing was very, very significant to it from the 1980s London up to today. It is very, very important. The dance parties in small venues are very, very important for goths all over the world. So why is club dancing so important? It plays a significant role in uniting and reuniting the goths in the small venues, as I said. It has an exclusive atmosphere and marketing, like a semi-private style of the parties. And the dance is a very important medium because it allows both individual self-expression of a person, of a goth, and also the integration of the members in the whole community. So you can express yourself as an individual in your own dance, in your own style, in your clothing, in everything that you show at the dance party, your behavior, but you also are feeling a part of a community, of a bigger community. So it is like feeling an individual self-expression and also being a part of something bigger. So I said about the semi-private style of the parties. In fact, they were always somehow underground, let's say. So they had a certain theme, like, if you know, you know. They are not very, they're not very top secret. They are not like only for few people, but they are sometimes published on the internet, on certain sites or Instagram profiles, but those dance parties are not something you would just go to like if you are a normal tourist. You have to know, or you have to be invited in a community to just know where it is and when it does start, when does it start. Because if you are not in a community, if you are not a part of a certain group of goth friends or local goths, you will just not know that something is happening. Goth parties are somehow similar to car spots and underground car meets. So just if you are like a tourist or a Japanese normie, you would not know that there is any party. So in general, you will have to be invited by friends, or you will have to be a part of a group or of a community of local goths to know that, hey, there is a party. It is probably published on some Instagram profile with like very small amount of followers. So it's not something that you will just know if you go to Japan, but it's something that you will probably get invited to if you have goth friends in there. And it's, yeah, that is somehow similar to the underground car meets. If you know, you know, and you will be there if you need it. What music do goths in Japan dance to? And it's very, actually, it's very interesting because most of the DJ set lists, most of the dance parties are based on similar music to the parties that are based in my country, Poland, in Czech Republic, in Germany, in England, all over the world. golf dance parties are based on the absolute classics of dark wave, new wave, cold wave music, sometimes like electronic dark wave music. It is all based on similar dance, golf dance hits, let's say, all over the world, usually European hits, as you can see, or European and sometimes a bit of American. But in Japan, there are some parties that also Japanese bands are played. But I don't want to say it's rare, but it's not as common as European music being played in the clubs of the golf clubs. So if you go to a golf club, to a golf dance party in Japan, for example, in Osaka, you will listen to similar music when you go to a golf party in Germany or Czech Republic. It just, as you can see, golf is somehow different all over the world, but somehow similar. We all steam from the same all golfs steam from the same roots and the same music. We like different music, but when you go to a dance party, you all stick to the classics, and that's somehow interesting. So my conclusion is that the return to the Batcave, the metaphorical return to the Batcave, was a natural need for golfs in Japan after the pandemic lockdown, because they needed to express themselves. They needed to come together as a community. And they did it in the way that they know the best. They did it at the dance parties, in small venues, in small golf clubs, in the underground clubs. Because if you see the golf scene in 2023 in Japan, those are not concerts, not festivals, not any conventions, like at all. Most of the golf community, the golf scene, is a club scene, and they all go to these small venues they know pretty well. And what is funny that they come from different regions of Japan, from different cities, but they all travel together and they play or dance together. So if you go to a Tokyo party, you will meet the same people in Osaka, in Nagoya. You will go to different clubs, different cities, but they will all travel to the small venues, or sometimes bigger venues, but the underground venues, just to dance together. And these are all similar people, let's say. They all know each other pretty well, even though they live in different cities. They are all close friends. This is like a very small, it's not a small community, but they are all very, very close to each other. And they have a natural need to unite, express themselves, dance together, just have fun, but in the way they know the best, during the golf club dance party. Thank you for your attention, and I hope to see you on other conferences. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Camila, for your beautiful presentation.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
Everyone. Today I would like to present the
So if
research
any participant
title,
has any questions
Factor
with
Affecting the
for
Quality of
Camila's
Financial
presentation,
Supporting
they can ask.
Information
or they
and
can put their
evidence
questions in
from
the chat
local
box itself.
government. To you guys, MP
Okay,
at
so moving
MBP's
ahead with the conference,
2023 London International Conference on
our next
Management and
presenter of the day
Business
is
Practices.
Usrat Shirathon.
This paper is
Kasset Art
actually a
Business
research
School,
paper as a
Kasset Art
part of my
University, Bangkok,
co-author,
Thailand.
Astabud
Her topic of
Gama,
presentation is
on
factors
his
affecting
Master
the
of
quality of
Accounting
financial
degree.
reporting information and evidence from local government. You may read the abstract from the screen
Introduction.
given.
Financial reporting play a crucial role in promoting transparency, accountability, and effective decision-making, not only in the private sector, but also in the public sector. So this research is particularly interesting in a local government entity in Thailand. The quality of financial reporting in local government is influenced by
Moving
a
ahead with the
myriad of
conference,
factors that Hi everyone. Today I would like to present the research title, Factor Affecting the Quality of Financial Reporting Information and Evidence from Local Government. To you guys, MP at MBP 2023 London International Conference on Management and Business Practices. This paper is actually a research paper as a part of my co-author, Astabud Gama, on his Master of Accounting degree. Introduction. Financial reporting play a crucial role in promoting transparency, accountability, and effective decision-making, not only in the private sector, but also in the public sector. So this research is particularly interesting in a local government entity in Thailand. The quality of financial reporting in local government is influenced by a myriad of factors that can impact the reliability and usefulness of information. As a research objective, this research examined factors affecting the quality of financial reporting for a local government entity. This study identified the local and regulatory framework as a fundamental factor that shapes in financial reporting quality. It explores how the presence of robust accounting standards, adherence to regulatory requirements, and the enforcement of reporting obligations contribute to improving financial reporting practice. This study also examined the factors within local government entities that influence financial reporting quality. This factor encompass the government structure, management competence, and internal control environment. This research investigates how strong governance practice, qualified personnel, and effective internal control mechanisms foster the production of reliable and accurate financial report. For the conceptual frameworks, by synthesizing existing literatures and study, this research abstract aims to provide a comprehensive understanding of the multifaceted factors that affect the quality of financial reporting for a local government entity. The conceptual frameworks then shown here. Financial reporting quality is influenced by public accountant competence and internal control system. Financial reporting quality is measured in 4 dimensions: understandability, relevance, reliability, and comparability. Public accountant competence is measured by professionals and ethical skill, and also public accounting standard knowledge. Internal control system refer to causal internal control. It's measured by control environment, risk assessment, control activities, information and communication, and monitoring. 6 factors are controlled in this research: sex, age, educational level, field of education, position, and experience. As for the hypothesis, this research then have 2 hypotheses. Hypothesis 1, public accountant competence has a positive relationship with quality of financial reporting information. Hypothesis 2, internal control system have a positive relationship with quality of financial reporting information. For the research method, this research is a survey method. Questionnaires were distributed to accountants employed in a local government in Thailand. Accountants in this organization consist of 80 divisions with a total of 813 people. The questionnaire was distributed during January and February last year, 2022. And finally, we received varied response of 400 responses. For the research model, we use multiple regressions model. So FRQ, financial reporting information quality, we set as an independent variable. And also we had a target set with the PS, okay, which is professional skill, ASK as an accounting standard knowledge, which is part of financial public accountant competence, ICE as a control environment, RIS risk assessment, CTA control activities, IAC information and communication, and also MN monitoring as part as internal control system. And 6 factors are controlled: SEX, sex, age, educational level, field of education, background education, position, and also experience. All variables were measured with 5-level Likert scale. For the reliability, we run Coburn alpha coefficients to test for reliability, and the results shown in this table. You can see here that combined alpha coefficients of every variable actually have a value between 0.632 and 0.938. Therefore, we can conclude that every variable meets reliability requirement. So we can go on with our analysis. For collinearity test, this research tests the problem of relationship between independent variables, as known as multicollinearity problem. VIF, variance inflation factor, and tolerance of each variable were tested. The collinearity statistic found that VIF value was between 1.043, okay, and 3.995, which is less than 10. For tolerance, the lowest value of tolerance is 0.25, indicating that the relationship between the independent variable has no point of multicollinearity problem. Therefore, variables are suitable for next step, multiple regressions analysis. Results. The multiple regressions results are shown in this table. You can see here the variable here, and the column is the 5 components for the financial reporting information quality, which is understanding, reliability, relevance, reliability, comparable, okay, and this is the total score for financial reporting quality. For individual components, for understandability, we found that ICE, which is internal control environments, and CTA, which is control activities, have a statistically significant to understanding. For the relevance, we found that ICE, internal control environment, and risk assessment has a significantly significant with the relevance of the financial information. For reliability, we found that KPS, which is knowledge background for the professional knowledge background for the public accountants, are very statistically significant with the relevance. For comparability, we found that internal control environments are statistically significant to the comparability. As an overall score, financial reporting quality, we found that professional knowledge of the public accountants is statistically significant to the financial reporting information quality. And also, internal control environment is also very significant at the level of 0.05. So 2-star is statistically significant as 0.05, and 1-star is statistically significant at 0.1. And overall, we have, as I mentioned, we have valid response about 400. So lovely, it's very interesting why we find the knowledge background of the accountant and also internal control environment is very important part for the information quality. Discussion and conclusion. The finding will indicate that internal control environment positively affect the quality of financial reporting, demonstrating that at a statistical significant at 0.05 level. However, we found no significant relationship between understanding of public sector accounting standard and financial reporting information quality. So hopefully the finding will help policymakers, practitioners, and researchers in identifying areas for improvement and formulating strategy to enhance financial reporting practice for the public sector or local government. Contributions. This study contributes to the management of a local government by highlighting the importance of establishing a robust internal control environment. Enhancing financial reporting information quality can be achieved by implementing various measures, such as providing clear job descriptions and specification for all positions, as well as designing an organizational structure and chain of command that align with the size and the nature of operation. Thank you. That's all of the research.
Thank you so much, Usrat, for presenting. Participants having any questions related to her presentation, they can ask her or put their questions in the chat box. Anyone, any questions? Okay, so thank you for the presentation, Usrat. Moving ahead with the conference. Our next presenter of the day is Edwin Hidayat Abdullah, Faculty of Economics and Business, Pelita Harapan University, Jakarta, Indonesia. His topic of presentation is the role of economic efficiency and business strategy to achieve competitive advantage among companies within industry in Indonesia, a study based on agency theory. All the participants are requested to read the abstract from the screen given. Moving ahead with the presentation.
Everybody, today we're going to discuss about the role of economic efficiency and business strategy in order to achieve a competitive advantage among the companies within the industry in Indonesia. This is a study based on the agency theory. So, to start with, let's see the next slide. Okay. So currently, business is facing a severe competitions, and companies have to encounter horizontal boundaries and must find ways to stand out in the market in order to succeed. So in order to be effective in making strict decisions and calculations, many companies are using dynamic capabilities. This approach will allow both for internal and external improvement and to adapt with a constantly changing environment. So compared to the classical theories such as economic and agency efficiency, dynamic capabilities will provide better solutions to gain more competitive advantage. Okay. See. So there are several approaches in order to in order to increase the scale, the scope, and of a company. Mergers is one of the alternatives. Horizontal mergers can often provide a paradox that negatively impact the welfare and the productivity. So, despite the benefit of having a mergers for enlarging the market, the economic scales, market penetrations, and also efficiency in several aspects, but mergers can also have negative impacts, and sometimes because of the paradox, the negativity of the mergers may exceed its benefit. One of the other solutions incorporating microeconomics that is seen also to set a fundamental aspect of developing a business strategy, and also the concept of remunerations and industrial agglomerations that are closely linked to the economic size and range. Companies can also create a stable organizational environment by strategically renewing, and repositioning to support their capabilities. So, what is the purpose of this study? The purpose of this study, there are three things. So, the first one is to establish an orchestration model for a company. So companies should be able to orchestrate the ecosystem within the industry to be more, to gain more competitive advantage compared to the others. Competitive advantage compared to the others. Secondly, to strengthen the selections of qualified business strategies. And lastly, reliable competitiveness can be achieved with qualified business strategies based on agency theory and strategic choice theory, of filling the research gap in the business competitions. This is the two things that will be contributed by the study is the first one is to assess the core hypothesis linking high resource performance with specific attributes to top managers and alongside of the firm's ownership and control of the structure. Secondly, contribute to the theory of strategic choice theory. So whether it can conclude that that managers' decisions playing a tremendous roles, or whether the company's success by anticipating corporate competitions in the complex situations. So this is the literary review. Agency theory that is suggests that strategic decisions it may be beneficial to have a dedicated marketing managers lead the organization's marketing efforts, since rather than relying solely on the CEO or the top managers. The highlights of difficulty of managing complex business across multiple industry, where efficient agency relationship are crucial for delivering innovative solutions in multinational markets, which require more resources and expertise than domestic markets. This is lastly, as articulated by Bettis in 2014, the theory highlights the importance of how managerial levels react with each other the constant changes in the market due to technical advancements, and how managers adapt to the dynamic market by recognizing the intricacy of modern business environment and the unpredictable nature of organizational dynamics. Structure theory provides a comprehensive perspective to examine strategic renewal, repositioning, and organizational learning that are essentials in creating a resilient and adaptive business ecosystem. What happened to my voice? This is a proposed orchestration model. So based on the strategic theory, practice theory, and agency theory, we are taking considerations about the the empirical descriptions. This is actually because this is just the early stages of the further development proposals of study. So the hypothesis is still about the propositions based on the empirical descriptions. Number one is we have to conduct exploration based on primary data and secondary data as well. And secondly, the result and literature study to further develop the models based on the theory, strategic choice, and also the agency theory. The research method approach involve analyzing theories and literature to investigate how managers make informed decisions in selecting the best business strategy to succeed in a highly competitive market. To further examine the model, taking into account the challenges of sustainable and complex competitions, researchers will conduct a case study. Result and discussions in the first stage of the study examine the vertical boundaries that compel companies to improve their efficiency. Companies must determine whether to perform an activity in-house or purchase it from an independent firm. This is the problem that we know as make or buy decisions. Whether we can make means the company
carries out the activity itself, or by meaning relying on an independent or other firm to perform activity that will help the sustainability of the company, and everything will be done under a certain contract. Additionally, the decision-making process can be further enhanced by considering the removal of the cause effect. This decision-making approach can break down constraints and limitations. In addition, furthermore, relying solely on intuitions, on identifying to identify competitions may not always be objective. It can be beneficial to supplement this approach with data. If possible, the economic primary demonstrates that the degree to which products can be substituted for each other can be measured by the cross-price elasticity of demand. This is conclusions and advice. So, first, about the effective business strategies, significant costs suffer a loss impact. A firm's decision making or by decisions, confluence of agency, theory, business strategy, dynamic capabilities, and competitive advantage. Lastly, align business goals with resource and business actions. I think that concludes my presentation because it's almost 15 minutes. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you so much, Edwin, for your presentation. If any of the participants have any questions related to Edwin's presentation, they can ask him. Anyone?
Yeah, so Edwin, can you give some examples of horizontal mergers in your country?
Yes, Dr. Bhatia, actually we have lots of examples in Indonesia. For example, that is currently in trends in Indonesia is actually which is done by state-owned enterprise. State-owned enterprise in Indonesia are currently active in creating mergers horizontally. The last horizontal mergers that was conducted by state-owned enterprise is the mergers of 4 seaports companies. 4 seaports company. Prior to that, there were also mergers of cement companies and also fertilizers company. What I mentioned in my paper is the example of it's not really a mergers, but more like they put everything the cement companies in one single holding, and everything is orchestrated by the holding company. So Indonesia is currently many companies, many groups are actively doing mergers and acquisitions in order to achieve a bigger scale and then expand the businesses in order to be more efficient in the market.
So, and are these horizontal mergers preferred over vertical mergers?
There are 3 kinds right now in Indonesia. Yeah, vertical mergers also happens. Indonesia vertical mergers happens in oil and gas, from exploration until the downstream business. Horizontal mergers happens in the industry, product base, like those who have like
similar products,
licenses, seaports, other services. But there's now other mergers that is currently just started to happen is mergers that is based on business ecosystem. So they are not really identical business or not in the value chain, but within the same ecosystem. For example, like right now, the mergers on aviations and tourism, because aviation and tourism, they're actually in the same ecosystems. So now there's a company called Engineering that compile all the businesses, all the companies within the ecosystem and aviation in one single administrations. So in the old days, we know only vertical and horizontal, but now in Indonesia, we come into the third one, which is also mergers that is based on business ecosystems. These companies are not directly like in the same value chain or in the similar business, but in the same business ecosystem. That is what currently happening, because in Indonesia we have many companies, but prior to this, lots of Indonesian companies, but none of them are in the scale that can be recognized globally or regionally. But since I think the last 10 years, Indonesia has been actively doing mergers and acquisitions. For the last the mergers in Seaport was done in 2021. The mergers that is based in the ecosystem of Asian and industry was also done in 2021. Last year there was also big mergers in the insurance company.
Okay.
So and also last year also 21 mergers also on in the industry of Syariah Bank. And now Syariah Bank Indonesia is one of the largest in the world, because they are the government, the state-owned enterprise decided to merge 3 large Syariah banks in Indonesia, so they can become sizable and be recognized in a global market, and then they can become more competitive regionally and domestically.
Very interesting. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, so anyone else, if anyone has any questions related to Edwin's presentation? Any other participant? Okay, so if any question arises, they will put in the chat box. So moving ahead with the conference.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, Edwin. So our next presenter for the day is Professor Satinder Bhatia, Professor of Finance, Indian Institute of Foreign Trade, New Delhi, India. Her topic of presentation is Embedded Insurance, Micro Insurance in Financial Services, Key to Financial Inclusion. All the participants are requested to read the abstract from the screen given. Dr. Satinder, would you like us to share your PPT on screen, and will you be presenting live?
Yeah, or even I can share from my end.
Okay. So you may share your screen. I'll just stop sharing.
Okay.
Yeah.
So just give me 1 second.
Okay.
Sorry. I think I'm having a bit of an issue. Where is it gone?
Yeah.
So is it visible?
Yes, it's visible, but it's still processing to open. Just we need to give it just a second. Okay, you can click on the icon once more because it's not opened yet.
Okay, so should I close and reopen?
Yeah. You can close and reopen. Or you may stop sharing and then again start sharing by opening the PPT. First open the PPT and then start screen sharing.
Okay.
Yeah, it's now, yes, it's now visible.
Okay. So thank you. Thank you for this opportunity to participate in the Eurasia conference. Certainly, it's a big privilege for all of us. So I have the privilege of presenting on what really goes on into financial inclusion in many developing countries. So the latest trend in India, as well as I'm sure in many other countries, is insurance. But in my paper here, I'm stressing on embedded insurance, meaning insurance which is linked to your other transactions. So just a brief on it now. I will just go to the next slide. Okay. Sorry, I think I'm really sorry for that. Right. So when we are talking about embedding insurance, it is the fintech revolution in India, which is enabling the embedding of products. In India, we have embedding of payments. Like a lot of the youngsters, they know they go to the shopping malls, etc., and they do shopping, but over there itself, they are able to make the payment. So it's an embedded payment. Similarly, there is embedded credit also, meaning, you are shopping virtually without any money, but since you have liked a particular item, on the spot itself, you are getting credit, which is linked to the purchase of that particular item. So we call that embedded credit. And with the trends like buy now, pay later, embedded credit has become a very essential feature. So both embedded payments and embedded credit are actually revolutionizing the whole financial world and even the non-financial world because it helps us to purchase goods and services. The latest trend, of course, is the embedded insurance, and I will give you examples of that. But first on the payments, as we know, India has done very good progress on the payment side. We have this UPI technology, which is now going international, and a very strong central bank, which has laid down some very clear guidelines, which have helped the growth of the fintech industry. After the payments and the lending, the next big thing is the insurance. Right now, we know that the percentage of population insured is very small in India, but that's where the tech comes. So it's not just any insurance player, it's an insurance player which has a very strong power of technology in their hand. With this power of technology, they are able to reach those people who are virtually cut out from the formal financial sector. So it is this insurtech which is driving the growth of the insurance sector now, which is experiencing some 40% growth rate annually, and even the reinsurance market, which is experiencing close to 20% growth rate. So in India, again, as in many countries, life insurance, asset insurance have been common products. Now, crop insurance also is something in which not just governments are interested, but we are having even foreign companies coming and showing interest in participating in crop insurance for the farmers. What is making them come here? It is the data that they are able to collect, and that data they are able to collect through technology. And not only collection of data, but it is also analysis of data. So we have all the latest tools like artificial intelligence, Internet of Things, which is making the analysis of data complete. And because of this analysis, these players are able to offer these products like embedded credit, embedded insurance, even to those people who, as I said, were certainly not in a position to get otherwise. So InsurTech is now going to be one of the very big growth sectors in India. Talking about embedded insurance, it would be incorrect to say that it is something that has started only now. It has been there since long. For example, we buy cars, and along with the purchase price of our car, insurance payment is also embedded in the quote that is given to us. Similarly, I would say all capital goods, so machinery for the corporate sector, tractors for the farmers, they are all coming with insurance. Many of participants have traveled by air even for this conference. And we know that in our air ticket also, the insurance part is already there. So we are paying for insurance. So, these transactions are very visible. And we are actually seeing the benefits of that insurance also during our lifetime. Life insurance in India, I think the biggest company is the Life Insurance Corporation of India, though now it is going to face quite a lot of competition with other players coming in. But we are seeing that in life insurance also, there are going to be new products which might give insurance only for certain events, like certain medical interventions that have to take place, let's say a major heart surgery, a major knee surgery, and the patient wants insurance only for that surgery, or a neonatal birth that is taking place. So we are insuring only this event, which is neonatal birth. Now, all these are linked to life, but this is how the packets become smaller and smaller. So we call it sachetization of insurance. So as it becomes smaller and smaller, it also becomes more and more affordable for the public. So these products have always been there, but now what is changing the game is the technology, which is making this, because of this power of data, it is making available embedded insurance in virtually all other products. So there are some other early examples in international trade. For example, we teach international trade. We know that our cargo has to go many miles, either by ocean or by sea. And there are lots of risks that this cargo may get damaged, particularly ocean transportation. We know that the ship might be sailing for a month or so, and then there are tidal waves. Water can enter your ship. There can be an explosion on the ship. There can be piracy on the way. So lots of risks there are. So in international trade, cargo insurance is something taken as a guaranteed product. The exporter or the importer is not paying just for the freight cost. That means taking the freight from point A to point B, but also the insurance attached with it. Yet we have a lot of examples where some people are not going in for cargo insurance. In fact, one report that I read is almost 50% of the journeys are not insured. So that is a danger sign. True, because anything can happen on the goods. But why are these people not going in for cargo insurance when they know that there are so many risks? So we have seen that the insurance policies that are currently being offered, they are offering package of products. For example, you are going to be insured against damage by fire, by explosion, by seawater entering the ship, by a strike, and any particular party may not be wanting insurance against all these events. Especially let me say that I have seen the weather, I have, predictions of weather are possible. So I don't want to be insured against damage by tidal waves or damage by cyclones. I'm not carrying chemicals. So I am not anticipating any explosion on the sea. It is simple everyday products. So can I just choose that particular, maybe by theft, I want. So I want only that insurance. I do not want all the other insurances. So currently insurance policies, since they are giving a package, definitely insurance costs are high. And that's why many people are not going in for insurance. So we see that while there is embedded insurance in the traditional products, it has been there because the risks are very high. But still people are not given that kind of flexibility that we think that technology is going to enable. Today we see even these cargo ships being fitted by sensors. So the data is available not just through artificial intelligence, but through these sensors, through Internet of Things we call. All right. So this is again an example of embedded insurance. The other risk in international trade always for the exporter is that my importer will run away and he will not pay for the goods. Okay. Now, if in my own country, if somebody does not pay me for the goods, I can easily, actually physically visit that person, catch hold of him and maybe recover the money. But when it comes to international trade, it's not possible for us. The costs that we will be incurring in trying to recover the money are going to be much higher than possibly the money that we are going to recover. And then it is different countries, different cultures, different courts, different legal systems. So it becomes very complex. That is why in international trade, credit insurance is also an embedded product. The moment you sign an export contract or an import contract, immediately the credit insurance also the exporter takes because he does not want to take any chances that the importer will not pay. So these are again, as I said, in international trade, these are the two popular products of embedded insurance, both cargo insurance and credit insurance. But we have to move forward. We are now in, more advanced world. So in the more advanced world, what is happening is that people are saying that we need, our insurance products also to be customized to our requirements. So it is not like a life insurance product, somebody who's 80 years old and this age and this income, you are going to get this insurance product. No, I have my own, very own likes, dislikes, preferences, which earlier people were not able to collect because they had no access to technology. Technology was very expensive. Technology was not advanced. We didn't have edge computing and cloud computing, all these technology we did not have at that time. Therefore, it was very difficult for us to collect the preferences of people. Today, we know how even Google has a track of what we read, what we buy, so they are able to get our preferences. So similarly, over here in insurance also, people want absolutely personalized and customized insurance product. Earlier, if anything was customized or personalized, we called it a boutique shop. Like if you don't want to buy your garment from, let's say, a shopping mall, then you go to a very specialized tailor and you get your outfit made from that tailor. And that is not mass customization. That tailor will make very few products, but he'll give you a customized product. But today we are in a world where mass customization is possible. So it's not a boutique shop. It is a manufacturing place which is able to give customized product to the masses. And this is a real revolution, all because of technology. So this is the transformation that we are going to see in the insurance sector also, that we are going to have sachetization of all kinds of insurance, which we talked about, asset insurance, life insurance, crop insurance, all of it, but it will be absolutely customized, absolutely personalized, because even on the farmers, what is the size of their field, how much income they have, are they growing their crop properly, have they used the fertilizer properly, is the seed looked after very well, all that, you know, on the plants itself, there are sensors, and these sensors are sending plant health data to the insurers. So real transformation that is happening in the country, and therefore it's a very exciting time for insurance players. So InsurTech, when we talk about, again, the base has been the financial technology. Financial technology has shown the way to the InsurTech players. So on mass customization and personalization also, we saw that in the insurance world, it is coming now, but first it had come in the banking world, you know. So we have what we call BaaS platforms, or what we call banking as a service platforms, meaning earlier, for example, in India, we have RBI, the Reserve Bank of India, just like every other country has a central bank. Central bank gives license to certain entities to act as banks. Everybody cannot act as a bank because this is a very sensitive area. So your payments, your lending, etc., can be done only by a few players. That meant that a lot of the population, which is not so well qualified, which is far away from the financial centers, would not get access to those services. But then, because of the fintech industry, what has happened is that these banks are now virtually lending their core infrastructure, technology infrastructure, to non-bank players. And who are these non-bank players? They are technology players. They are players not like any other player, but who have very high forms of technology. All right. So both ways data is being passed. Banks are giving data of their customers to these players. These are the fintech players. And these fintech players are in turn providing services to the customers of the banks. So it could be that the fintech has developed a very nice app for the bank. We have seen, let's say, HDFC Bank in India, their app has been developed by another player, the fintech player. So first they get the data from HDFC Bank, and then they develop the app and other services also they provide. Similarly, it is the other way around also, where let us say the fintech player has its own customers, all right, or another player has its own customers, and let's say you are having a garment business, you want to give even the lending and payment services to your customers, but you're not a bank. So you can't give lending and payment services or insurance services to your customers. So what do? You form a collaboration with a bank, all right? And so the bank is actually going to give the banking services to your customers, but it will be as if you yourself are giving. Your customers won't even know that you are not giving, all right? Because that work is happening in the background, all right? So what is happening is the bank is drawing all the data from you through what we call application programming interfaces. These are software. Through software, the entire data you are taking from your partner, and then you, as a bank, you are developing models of payment, of credit for their customers. All right. So this is also a real big transformation where instead of banks, it seems like even non-banks are allowed to offer banking as a service. So they are not banks, so we don't call them banks. They are banking as a service players. So we say that this mass customization and personalization was possible through the BaaS technology, and these financial players have actually shown the way to the insurance players, because insurance players are also now going to do that. In India, if you go to see, yes, we have all these big insurance players, but now we also have a lot of digital insurance players. There are some very stark names like Acco Insurance, Digit Insurance. Now, if you see where is their place of business, they don't have any place of business. They are totally digital. All right. So these are digital players who are offering either insurance products on their own, or what they have done is that they have tied up with the traditional insurance players who are then offering products to their customers. So some of the examples I have written in this slide as to, what are the examples of BaaS in India. So we have State Bank of India, for example, forming a partnership with Uber. Uber is a taxi, hail company, just like Ola, etc. In India also it operates. So Uber has a lot of customers. Many of us take taxi rides. Now, maybe when we take taxi ride, we need payment service, we need lending service. Uber cannot provide us that. So Uber ties up with State Bank of India. It does not even appear to us as a customer of Uber that Uber is not providing us, because that is all happening in the background. It is actually State Bank of India which is providing the service. So SBI also gets an opportunity to provide services to new customers who possibly otherwise would not have gone to the bank. So this is BaaS, where a non-bank player like Uber is able to give financial services to its customers by forming a collaboration with a bank. Similarly, we have other banks like RBL Bank. It has tied up with Razorpay, which is a financial tech. And Razorpay in turn has lots of merchants who are using services of Razorpay. So all those merchants are able to get banking services through RBL Bank. And then, many other examples I have given, including the Singapore bank, which has entered India now, which is DBS Bank. So DBS Bank has also partnered with a fintech player called Credible, which provides credit to its customers. Again, Credible does not have a lending license. It ties up with DBS Bank, and DBS Bank is in the background providing the lending services to the customers of Credible. So we have seen a lot of success of mass customization and personalization, particularly in the banking sector. And what we are saying is, because the lessons have been learned, because there's a lot of experience, we are going to see all this getting translated in the insurance sector as well in India. And that is why we are going to see very high growth rates of insurance in India. Other than this technology, which is application programming interface, or APIs we call. So APIs is at the forefront of making mass customization and personalization possible. But other than that is IoT. And I just referred to IoT earlier, which is the Internet of Things. All right. So earlier, like we used to say, internet, which means one computer being connected to another computer. But how about one ship being connected to a ship, or one ship being connected to a building? So things are also now getting interconnected through internet. And that is why, buildings are repaired through softwares. I can see something not so correct in the construction of the building, and the repair is being done through software from a very remote location. So this Internet of Things, which is making things interconnected, is very good for insurance companies, because now insurance companies can easily assess whether a damage had already taken place or not. I think all of you are aware, if your car unfortunately meets with an accident, the insurance company takes a lot of time in assessing whether the damage to the car was actually caused by the accident or by something else, and what is the extent of the damage. They take a lot of time. They will come, they will inspect, they will talk to people, and so on. But today, they have real-time information on the damage that is occurring to your asset. Why? Because your asset is connected to their devices, to their computers through Internet of Things. They don't have to take a report from anything. Real time, they are getting pictures, they are getting information of whether the damage was caused and whether that damage was on account of the neglect of the driver, because the driver's speed, etc., is also reaching them. It is constant, they are constantly monitoring through technology. So what we are saying is, other than BAS, other than APIs, which are enabling mass customization and personalization, it is IoT also, which is enabling customization and personalization. And that is why these models, even in Africa, some of them have become very, very popular, like the first one, PAYG, which is pay as you go. In other words, you know, a lot of people at the lower end of income, they can't even buy electricity, you know, to pay a monthly bill. It is too much money for them. And they don't even know whether they're going to use that electricity. So what in Africa they do is off-grid electricity they buy as much as they want. If they want only for 1 hour, they will take only for 1 hour and pay only for that. All right. If they want only for 10 minutes, then you take only for 10 minutes off the grid. So off the grid, you buy the electricity and you pay. So this products becoming smaller and smaller is what is going to make it affordable and affordable. So this is what we say, that if you want financial inclusion, it is not that you just have to offer the products, but you have to make these products smaller and smaller so that the customers can acquire these products as and when they need. So pay as you go, pay as you drive. So in India, the Digit, ACO, and all the other companies, they are saying, okay, if you drive well, then the insurance premium you have to pay is only small. If we see that as a driver, your driving behavior is not very good, then the insurance premium that you will have to pay will be higher. Okay, but as of now, what we were doing, we were just paying insurance, looking into the age of the car, etc. Okay, so these are very new models, and even pay as you live, you know, wearable technology is sending information whether you have eaten good breakfast today or you have eaten junk food. If you eat junk food, then on life insurance, you will pay a higher premium. Okay, so this is the benefit of technology, which is giving real-time information to all the players that are there. The InsurTech in India, there are some graphs out here. So definitely payments is one of the biggest areas. InsurTech is, which is, you know, underlined by the red color. It's a small area, but still it is a very exciting area because the growth potential is very high. And so we see in the insurance sector that the players are doing multiple things. They are first helping us compare the insurance products of different companies, but then also they are into distribution, they are into risk assessment and claims management. So claims management is still an area that has to pick up, but certainly comparison and distribution platforms, there are many. Okay, so some digital trends we have here, just telling you that even the traditional players are becoming digital. So we have seen like LIC, which is our biggest insurance company. It also on its website now has a virtual assistant, and we have certain general insurance companies like New India Insurance Company. They have also introduced Bima Board. It is obvious, right? If they don't introduce technology very soon, you know, they might be out of the race. Especially when India is going to see a lot of penetration. That table down below tells you that the penetration rates of internet are going to be very, very high, from 45% of the population being covered by internet in 2020, it will rise to 75% by 2030. You know, so if everybody has internet and a lot of people have smartphones and payment wallets, and they're doing online shopping, then definitely all these insurance players have to definitely introduce technology. Once again, we say that insurance players are also tying up with other partners. Like in banking, I had said SBI has tied up with Uber. So insurance companies are also tying up with other players. Now in India, we have, three big exchanges. We have one ONDC, we call it Open Network for Digital Commerce. This is a new exchange where many e-commerce players are participating together. So a lot of buyers, lot of sellers on this platform, and all of them will need insurance. So as an insurance player, if you want to offer small insurance products, you must tie up with ONDC. Then we have a government e-marketplace where government purchases things. So that marketplace, GEM, and agri exchange. So I'm saying that if you want financial inclusion, insurance players have to tie up with these three exchanges to be able to offer their products. And the concluding observation simply is that just like our RBI is a very forward-looking regulator, allowing for a lot of innovation in the country, our Insurance Regulatory Authority of India, which is a regulator for insurance, is also experimenting innovations in a very big way. So they have this regulatory sandbox approaches to experiment things. So we have no doubt that IRDAI is going to experiment small sachetized products with the power of technology and promote financial inclusion in India in a very novel way. Thank you for your attention. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you so much, Dr. Satyendra Bhatia, for your wonderful presentation. So if anyone has any questions related to Dr. Satyendra's presentation, they can ask her. Any one of the participants? Okay. So participants are requested to put their questions in the chat box. Moving ahead with the conference. Our next presenter of the day is Revtia Nabila Kusuma, Faculty of Economy and Business, University of Groningen, Netherlands. Her topic of presentation is the effect of stabilization policies on poverty, empirical study of BRICS and Mint countries. Participants are requested to read the abstract from the screen given. Moving ahead with her presentation.
Hi everyone, I'm Refitia Nabila Kusuma and I will present you my thesis, The Effect of Stabilization Policies in Poverty, Empirical Study of BRICS and Mint Countries. Stabilization policy is a government action to manage economic fluctuation. It has been a catalyst for governments across the globe to stabilize their economies, control inflation, and promote economic growth. Three policies according to Robert Mondale are fiscal, exchange rate, and monetary policy. Where fiscal focuses on government spending and taxation, the exchange rate policy focuses on maintaining a stable exchange rate, and the monetary policy focuses on regulating money supply and interest rates. Countries should balance these policies so they can stabilize their economy, promote growth, and reduce the level of poverty. Besides the stabilization policy, globalization also plays a role in poverty since it promotes economic growth and job creation. The effects of globalization may vary around the world. It is determined by a country's specific circumstances. With the ability to influence global trade and investment patterns, BRICS and Mint countries are seen as the key players in global economy. The BRICS itself account for around 40% of the world population and 30% of its GDP. Despite their great economic and political potential, the BRICS and Mint countries have a huge challenge on poverty. Stabilization policies can have a strong influence on poverty reduction. This involves policies initiatives to boost income, education level, and social safety nets for vulnerable populations. Countries like Turkey and Brazil have succeeded in reducing their poverty through their stabilization policies. However, not all policies have been equally effective. For example, the Indian government's stabilization policy did not result in a significant poverty reduction. Considering these inconsistent results, I aim to answer the research question: what are the nature and the strength of the moderating effects of monetary, fiscal, and exchange rate policy on the relationship between globalization and poverty in BRICS and MENA countries? So I set four hypotheses. The first one is globalization has a negative effect on poverty. The second is globalization negatively impacts poverty, and this effect is strengthened by retributive fiscal policy. The third is globalization negatively impacts poverty, and this effect is strengthened by the expansionary monetary policy. And last, globalization negatively impacts poverty, and this effect is strengthened by the exchange rate policy. After figuring out my research question, I collected secondary data from the reliable sources such as OECD, the World Bank, and IMF. Relevant variables are used, including export of goods or services as the independent variable in quarterly data from year 2000 quarter 1 to 2019 quarter 4. The data used are from OECD, the World Bank, and the Global Economic Prospectus. Hence, poverty as the dependent variable measured based on the poverty headcount ratio, where the higher value signifies more challenging poverty. The quarterly data provided by the World Bank and the United Nations will be used. Next, true stabilization policies are used as mediator. I employed government expenditures as the fiscal policy, where it measures money spent by the government on goods and services. Central bank policy rates as the monetary policy, where it measures monetary market rates and exchange rate policies, using paper by Izetsky et al. Measuring index of fixed and flexible regime throughout the year. Last, as a control variable, I use FDI, literacy rate, and unemployment rate. On the right side, figure 2 represents the quarterly exchange and export of goods and services. In the year 2000, quarter 1, export of goods and services ranging from about 6,000 million USD to around 51,000 million USD have significantly increased for most countries except for Nigeria and South Africa in 2019 quarter 4. In particular, India's value of goods and services export in 2019 quarter 4 is 575% higher than its export of goods and services in 2000 quarter 1. On the other hand, figure 3 negatively impacted by the economic and social environment, including global economic instability. All BRICS and MENA countries, except Brazil and South Africa, have succeeded decreasing their poverty rate from 2000 quarter 1 to 2019 quarter 4. Interestingly, Brazil showed a massive downturn in its poverty rate during the 2008 crisis, and the number bounced back almost as huge as its slips in 2009 quarter 1. This research uses regression to conduct the empirical analysis. The estimation equation of the study is as follows. Equation 1 to 4 represent different models exploring the relationship between ln poverty as a dependent variable representing a measure of poverty, various moderation variables, and 3 control variables. In the first equation, ln xit is the natural logarithm of the independent variable representing the export of goods and services. FDIIT is the control variable for the foreign direct investment. Literacy IT represents the control variable for literacy rate, and unemployed IT is the control variable for the unemployment rate. Beta 1, beta 2, beta 3, and beta 4 are the regression coefficients, which quantify the relationship between each respective independent variable and the dependent variable. The term mu I represents the fixed effects capturing country-specific characteristics that may influence poverty. Last, sigma IT is the error term, accounting for unobserved factors and random variation in the metals. Equations 2 to 4 introduce additional moderating variables and their interaction terms to examine the combined effects. In this model, ln IT is the moderating variable representing government expenditure, ln IT as the moderator variable representing central bank policy rate, and RIT is the moderator variable representing exchange rate policy on poverty, while retaining the control variables FDIIT, literacy IT, unemployment, which I as the country specific and T as time. With the quarterly dataset of BRICS and MENS countries ranging from 2000 to 2019, a panel data has been created. The descriptive statistics of the dataset are presented in the table 2. According to Phil 2018, the data can be considered normal if it has a skewness between -1 to 1 and kurtosis between -3 to 3. Based on this formulation, it can be seen that data on poverty, the exchange rate, FDI, and the unemployment rate are considered normal distributions. Meanwhile, export goods and services, government expenditure, and literacy rate data are right skewed and leptokurtic distribution. On the other hand, we can see that central bank policy rates data is normal skewed and leptokurtic. When generating a regression model, a parameter estimations are influenced when one independent variable collides with a combination of other independent variables. This phenomenon called multicollinearity. Mukaka 2020 set a multicollinearity criterion of 0.8 in the study. If the correlation coefficient is more than this threshold, multicollinearity is assumed. We can see in the table 3 there is no correlation of independent variable coefficient that is greater than 0.8, indicating there is no possibility of multicollinearity. Next, I did a VIF test to again check the multicollinearity. Steen 1995 set a criterion of 10 and above as a multicollinearity. Based on table 4, there is no variable that is considered as a multicollinearity. After determining to use fixed effect as it can deliver a more robust result, I utilize the model's output to determine the study hypothesis result. Hypothesis 1 states that globalization has a negative effect on poverty. This hypothesis is supported by Table 5, model number 1, where a 1% rise in BRICS and MENS countries' export of goods and services as a globalization variable will result in a 0.14% decrease in poverty. This interpretation is accepted at 1% significant level. Thus, hypothesis 1 regarding the negative effect of globalization on poverty is accepted. Hypothesis 2 states that globalization negatively impacts poverty, and this effect is strengthened by retributive fiscal policy. The second model of Table 5 shows that fiscal policy, in fact, has a positive effect on strengthening globalization positive impact on poverty, and is significantly accepted in 1%. According to the calculation, a 1% rise in BRICS and MENS countries' government expenditures as the variable of fiscal policy will result in a 0.09% increase in poverty. With this conclusion, hypothesis 2 regarding fiscal policy strengthening the negative impact of globalization on poverty in BRICS and MENS countries can be rejected. Hypothesis 3 states that globalization negatively impacts poverty, and this effect is strengthened by the expansionary monetary policy. This can be assessed using the third model of the calculation. A 1% rise in BRICS and MENS countries' central bank on monetary market rates as a variable of monetary policy will result in a 0.000003% increase in poverty. With this conclusion, hypothesis 3 regarding monetary policy strengthening the negative impact of globalization in BRICS and MENS countries is accepted. Hypothesis 4 states that globalization negatively impacts poverty, and this effect is strengthened by the exchange rate policy. This can be assessed by the fourth model of Table 5, which shows a positive effect, and it's significantly accepted at 1%. According to the calculation, a 1% rise in BRICS and MENS countries' exchange rate policy will result in a 0.0000328% increase in poverty. With this conclusion, hypothesis 4 regarding exchange rate policy strengthening the negative impact of globalization on poverty in BRICS and MENS countries can be rejected. Since all fixed effect models are significant at the 1% confidence level, I will use the highest outcome of the adjuster S-squared to select the most optimal model to use. Consequently, with an with an adjusted R-square value of 0.558. The third model is the best fit. Based on analysis conducted, it can be inferred that the central bank policy rate as a key component of monetary policy hold the utmost importance from all stabilization policies influencing impact of poverty. Conclusion. This study examined stabilization policies' impact on globalization and poverty in BRICS and MENT countries from 2000 Q1 to 2019 Q4, where central bank rates, government expenditure, FDI, literacy rates, and unemployment significantly affects poverty. India, China, and Indonesia reduce poverty through exports. Stabilization policies are important for poverty reductions. The contribution of this paper, it addresses gaps in understanding stabilization policy effects in current global context. It examines BRICS and MENT countries to provide insight for emerging economies. It seeks to uncover mechanisms by which policy impact poverty. Next, the limitation, the data quality issues and potential inconsistencies. There is a limited data access beyond 2000 in developing countries. There is a lack of quarterly statistic for some variables. Also, the recommendation for further research. They need to expand and validate findings with a broader range of variables for better reliability. They need to combine quantitative and qualitative methods for a comprehensive understanding. Also, they need to recognize limited generalizability and call for more in-depth context-specific research. Here are the appendix of the BRICS and MENT countries profile, and that's it.
Thank you so much, Revtia, for your wonderful presentation. If any of the participants have any questions related to her presentation, they can ask her.
Yes, I think Revatia, I will just like to come in, particularly if I'm from India. So I was just very curious, first of all, why you have chosen only BRICS and MENT countries. I mean, there are many groupings, right? Is it because that mainly these are developing countries which are showing high growth rate? I mean, is that the reason that you have chosen this grouping?
Yes, that is very true. So I personally came from Indonesia, so I want to look for my country that is in a MENT group. But BRICS is also very interesting because they have like a phase-based economic going on. So I want to combine both and see what happens.
Okay, and I'm just trying to understand because maybe I just missed during your presentation. So are you making the point that exchange rate policies are more important than maybe outright support to the players?
Support to the players. Okay, so I did a regression with the variables that I gained. It's poverty headcount, export goods and services, also the rates of the central bank. With those numbers, I get a quarterly data from them, and turns out by my regression, although there are still many things that I still need to put into my regression model, but as far as I have in my regression model, yes, that is true that
because, you know, I would not say that India has tried to bring poverty down through exports. In fact, exports is a relatively small proportion of our economy, unlike Indonesia, Malaysia, and the entire Southeast Asian grouping, because those countries are smaller, so they have emphasized a lot on exports. But India, of course, is trying to increase its exports, but still as a proportion of its total GDP, the proportion is far smaller. So I would not say that in India, we are trying to reduce poverty through exports.
Yes, and I didn't use the GDP for some reason because I remember if I use GDP, there will be a multicollinearity in my regression. So I didn't use that. Instead, I used the export of goods and services. And turns out India, Indonesia, and another country, those are the three main countries that having a very rapid expansion on their export goods and services.
Mm-hmm. Right. Thank you, Nabila. Thank you.
Thank you.
If any other participant have any other questions related to Revtia's presentation, they can ask her. Anyone? Okay. So moving ahead with the conference, I request all the participants to put their questions related to presentations in the chat box. Okay, so our last presenter of the day is Kubra Korkmaz, Mathematics, Marmara University, Istanbul, Turkey. Her topic of presentation is Anomaly Detection on Images. I request all the participants to read the abstract from the screen given. So moving ahead with her presentation.
Hi everyone, I am Kübra. I am from Marmara University in Istanbul, Turkey, and I'm a master degree student at Mathematics department. So today I'm going to present my paper. It focuses anomaly detection on images. Firstly, I want to talk about image structure. Image occurs pixels, and each pixels gives the information about the color or light intensity at that point. And image consists of spectra and wavelengths. The human eye can perceive image between 400 and 700 nanometers from these wavelengths. But some animals can also see images formed outside these wavelengths. For example, some snakes, insects, and bees can detect infrared lights. Creatures such as cats, dogs, and mice can see images in the ultraviolet region. And digital images can be described with the function f, and where x and y are spatial or spatial coordinates. The size of the x, y coordinate in the function expresses the light intensity in that region, like a pixels. Also, you can see the sample in the right side. We can simulate pixels to the matrices. Along with the developing technology, imaging technique and structure of the images obtained. As a result of this process have also changed. We can give examples like a multispectral and hyperspectral images. They have multiple bands, and multiple bands images have begun to be used for analysis and research. Multispectral imaging captures images in a specific range of wavelengths across the electromagnetic spectrum. Multispectral images, on the other hand, can capture data in multiple continuous bands, like 3 to 10 bands. And hyperspectral imaging is an advanced imaging technique that involves capturing spatial and spectral information of an object simultaneously. It allows images to be obtained resulting in a three-dimensional data cube where each pixel has a spectrum. So, multispectral images are widely used in Earth analysis. The satellite images we obtained are also an example of multispectral images. It is used for purposes such as geology, agriculture, and mapping. On the other hand, hyperspectral images are useful in a variety of applications such as remote sensing, agriculture, health, and environmental investigation. Today, we are looking at a big idea in data analysis. It's anomalies. What's an anomaly? It's when data doesn't follow the expected pattern. It will be an anomaly there. Why does this matter? So, because it helps us spot when something unusual happens. If we see an anomaly, it means something isn't going as expected and we should check it out. It's important to notice these moments when things are off. In general, anomalies are interesting because they often reveal new information, insights, or problems that need attention. Determining whether an anomaly is due to noise, error, or any significant event is a crucial task in many domains. Also, you can see the anomaly in this picture. You can see the normal points in the circle, and you can see the 2 points they far away the normal points, and there is an anomaly in here. Alright, let's talk about the anomaly detection on images. So, what is it? Well, it's a cool AI technology that helps us spot things in pictures that just don't look right or are out of place. And how do we actually detect these odd things in images? Actually, it's a step-by-step process. First, we gather and prep our data, and then we extract the important features from these images. After that, we build and train our model, test it out, and finally apply it. That's it. I want to stress that prepping the data is super key here, because we want to sift out any unnecessary details and make sure the image is just right. And this ensures our AI model can work quickly and give us a really sharp results. So in this page, I want to give an example for anomaly on images. We have a forest data set, as you see. It's a labeled data, actually, and this image shows us forests, except the last image. Actually, it shows the road. So we can say there's anomaly in this data set because roads shouldn't be here. It's not belong to forest dataset. Okay, in this section, I want to talk about the anomaly detection methods, and I want to start with deep learning. Think of it as a special branch of machine learning, and it uses something called neural networks, which, to simplify, are kinda like our brain structure, and they have many layers that help analyze data from different angles. And just like our brains have neurons to process info, and deep learning uses artificial ones. One of its powers, it's awesome at working with massive amounts of data. It can automatically pick out important bits from raw data, so we don't have to do it manually. And this makes it a game changer for things like understanding image, recognizing speech, understanding language, and even creating a new content. But there's a catch. To train these brainy models, you need tons of data and some serious computer muscles. And thankfully, we have got tools like TensorFlow, Keras, and PyTorch that makes this magic happen and get us those top-notch results. And plus, you can use Google Collaborative for this process, because if you use the Google Colab, you don't need the computing power. Now, let's talk about something called convolutional neural networks, or CNNs. Think of them as a special tool just for looking at things like pictures. And CNNs utilize convolutional layers to automatically and adaptively learn spatial hierarchies of features. And each convolutional layers applies filter to input data, capturing local patterns like edges or textures, and pooling layers reduce dimensions, focusing on dominant features. And fully connected layers interpret these features to reduce final outputs. CNNs shine in tasks like image classification, object detection, and facial recognition. Actually, the capacity to learn directly from image data without the manual feature extraction has made them pivotal in computer vision advancement. So in this picture, you can see the convolutional neural networks models. And as you see, we have an input in first, and we have a layers, and we have some convolutional neural networks process. Also, there are two layers, name is max pooling, and we have a fully connected layers, and also we have a output layers. As you can see how it works actually in this picture. Let's continue with autoencoders. They are like a special brainy system that learn the main idea of data, and they have got two parts, the encoder and decoder. And the encoder squashes the data into a small form, and the decoder tries to stretch it back out to its original shape. The aim is to make the stretched out data look like the starting data. Yeah, we can say it's like trying to smooth out crinked papers. So autoencoders can be used for tasks like anomaly detection, where deviation between inputs and its reconstruction signify anomalies, or for data denoising, where the model learns to reconstruct noise-free data. And this page, you can see the autoencoders models. As I said, we have two parts, encoder and decoder, and encoder squashes the data, and decoder tries to stretch it back out to its original shape. So here is the last part actually. I want to talk about generative adversarial networks are a class of artificial intelligence models designed to generate data resembling real data. So, what's the generative adversarial networks? It's made of two parts, like autoencoders. One part, the generator makes fake data, and the other part, the discriminator tries to figure out if the data is real or fake. And here is the fun part. As they learn together, the generator gets better at making data that looks real, and the discriminator gets better at telling if it's real or fake. Over time, the generator makes really good fake data, and people use GANs for many things, like making pictures or changing stills of image. And we can see the models in this page. As you see, we have a training set for learning, and we have a random noise. We generate them with the generators, and finally we send the discriminators, and discriminator decides to is it real or fake. My presentation is finished. Thank you for listening to me, and have a good day.
Thank you so much, Kubra, for your presentation.
You're welcome.
If any participant has any questions related to Kubra's presentation, they can ask her. Anyone? Okay, so our next presenter for the day is Federica Paglietti, Department of New Technologies for Occupational Studies of Industrial Plants, Products and Human Settlements, INAIL, Italian Workers' Compensation Authority, Research Division, Rome, Italy. Her topic of presentation is Casale Monferrato remediation, abstruse pollution and safety measures to protect workers and environment. You can read her abstract from the screen. Moving ahead with her presentation. So due to some unforeseen circumstances, she couldn't attend the conference, but we have her presentation. So this was Federica's presentation, and this brings us to the end of the conference. I would like to thank all of the participants who have joined this conference today. With great pleasure and enthusiasm, I would like to conclude that the conference was a great success. Many people have contributed in different ways to turn this event into a smooth running conference with interesting presentations. This conference has resulted in good discussions and networking, and I owe my gratitude to all the presenters and listeners, the coordinators, and the whole staff of Eurasia Research for their constant support. I would also like to thank all the universities and institutes who have sponsored our participants and people who have directly or indirectly contributed in the smooth conduct of this conference. Thank you so much, everyone.
Thank you. Thank you.
I would like to announce that Eurasia Research conducts conferences around the world. In September, we are organizing 3 conferences in Athens, Budapest, and Lisbon. And in October, we are organizing a conference in Istanbul and Dubai. I would like to request all of you to please refer these conferences to your friends, family, and colleague members. And I would like to know some of the feedback from the participants who are here with us right now. So, Edwin, what was your feedback for today's conference? Edwin, would you like to share your feedback with us?
Oh, yeah, I think it's very good. So I follow from the beginning until the end. So it's useful for me, and it's a very good experience also. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Edwin. Kubra, would you like to share your feedback?
Of course, actually, it was very efficient conference. Thank you for all participations and Eurasia researchers. I want to say thank you.
Thank you so much. Revtia, would you like to share your feedback?
Yes, it was a pleasant experience to be a part of this research. So I'd like to thank you for Eurasia Research and all of the colleagues.
Thank you so much, Revtia, for your feedback. Tayyebe, would you like to share your feedback? Tayyebe? Okay, so thank you so much, every one of you, for staying till the end of the conference, and thank you for attending today's conference. It was a great success. Have a great day ahead. Thank you all. Bye. Bye, everyone.